And we are live! What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Canadian Guy here, and we are back with Spyro Reignited, as always, for the PAX stream. So, all funding today goes towards helping me in my PAX trip. We have some money already from the previous stream, from the previous 12-hour stream, and maybe we could fill the bar today. Maybe, we'll see. That'd be really awesome if we can. If not, it's okay. We're still going to PAX. It just helps out. Thank you everyone so much for tuning in today. Give me a moment to finish getting set up and we shall begin. Here we go. We're going to continue right where we left off before. And of course, it's Spyro, so today is a good day. Because how could we not be having a good day while streaming Spyro? And I also want to make note that today is the last time that you're going to see me live for the rest of the month. It is because I am moving, I'm going to PAX. It is going to be a crazy... There's going to be some lack of content. In fact, there's been a lack of content for the past 2 months almost, due to renovating, due to packing, due to miscellaneous problems. So many issues happening, and I am hoping that by the time May rolls around, we are going to be in a lot better position to be able to create content. Every day this week, for example, I have been just out of the house, getting the car ready for PAX, packing the house, getting everything prepared. It's been an absolute poop show. So, it's been chaos all over the place. And yeah, we've been trying to get all set up for that. It's not been easy, and content has been light. Content has been a little bit not there because of that. But I'm hoping, because of all your amazing support, that we'll bounce right back in May. June, July is going to be a big bounce back. What? What just happened? What just happened? That didn't just happen. There's no way. First off, Blake, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Hotshot just donated the bar. Hotshot just donated $560. That didn't just happen. Oh. Thank you, Legend Thriller, for the 5 bits. What just happened? Now, what do we do? Time for a new bar. What do I set it as? What? What is up with the? What is up with my computer? Hold on, something's gone goofy here. That's a bit better. What do I do? Spending money for PAX? I mean, I guess. But what do I set the amount to? Oh my gosh. There's the remaining rent bar, sure. Harper Onions donated 10 pounds through Super Chat. Thank you so much. Tea is taking forever, but I have a feeling it'll be dished up soon, so I'm afraid I can't commit. Hope you guys have a great stream. Might not be back, I'm afraid. But thank you so much for stopping by, Harper. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm feeling broken because I've never... I'm feeling absolutely shattered because Hotshot just came along and was like, yeah, here's the rest of the bar. And just donated $516 in one shot. Now what? What do I do now? What do I set the bar to now? Rainbow Dragon Productions has subscribed as a tier 1 sub over on Twitch. Thank you so much. I don't know what to do. By the way, I forgot to ask, how's the audio, everybody? Is the audio good? We love you all. Thank you. Audio is fantastic. Great.
My brother Handel and I have been sent here to blow up this castle, but Handel got caught by these evil soldiers, and I'm stuck out here.
Okay, so
You can open the doors that block the way.
congrats on the content. Was just wondering if you and your family are going to move to Europe or stay in Canada. I mean, I think we're staying in Canada. You know, I don't have any plans to move to Europe at the moment. I mean, unless like something terrible were to happen. You know, I've never been to Europe. I would like to go to Europe one day. That'd be really fun. I'd love to go to like a con run and go to a con in Europe and meet some of you. That would be so fun. Okay, so do we Hotshot, what do you think? Should we leave the bar as is? Should we reset? What, I don't know, what should we do? I don't know what to do, man. That's incredible. Hey Gammy, thank you so much. So we're just streaming for 4 hours today. Streaming for 4 hours today, raising funding for PAX. Hey Ashley, how are you? I saw that you were having problems with finding a gem in the final in that one level that you were on. If you need help, push down on the left analog stick, Ashley, and Sparks will point you to the gem. So for example, he sees there, boink, and then see there, boink. We're seeing the money from that. Oh goodness. Hit him there, there we go. Should we raise the bar? Should we reset it? Money to buy merch? Okay. For the kids, yourself, and Sunflower. Yes, so how much do we want to, how much do you guys think we should set it to? Here. Let's do that. Like that. There we go. Go talk to Hunter.
Monkeys have escaped from the Avalar Zoo, and I've been sent here to catch them. but they keep throwing
$500?
coconuts
Okay.
at me, and it hurts. Can you help me out?
500, 500, 500. Okay.
Great. Just charge the tree before I get hit. I'll be able to catch the monkeys.
So I have an idea. We're going to do something here. We're going to try something. Instead of resetting the bar, instead of just completely resetting the bar, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to do something a little bit different than what I typically do when we fill the bar. Okay. So, we'll go with... So, the chat's saying about 500. Okay, so there's like 6 people that said like 500. So, what we're going to do is that we're going to do this. I'm going to go... How about that? There we go. There we go. I think that's good. I think so. What we're instead of it. So instead, so we're gonna go about half to work. I'm sorry, Tiffany. That sucks. So now it's not like as if we made 0, right? We changed the bar name. Again, thank you everybody so much for your kindness and generosity, and thank you for hanging out with me today. Thank you so much for stopping by. I know it's a Saturday, and I'm streaming outside the time I typically stream, but you know what? Oops. Well, dropped the monkey a little too early. Drop the monkey again. There we go. By the way, does everything visually look okay? Everything look good? All right. Wink. I remember Hunter moving a lot faster in the original. Oh, so I thought, hey, thank you, Rainbow. I appreciate the support. Thank you. Everything's good. Awesome. Wink.
Thanks for your help, Spyro. Please take this. One of the monkeys had it.
You filthy monkey. Does anyone remember the... okay, so I have this idea for a Spyro video that I'm going to go back into my... So what I'm going to do is that I have a video idea set up to where I want to go back and dig up all of the original footage that I have on my computer. So like all the release footage, all the PR footage from when Spyro was early, like as early as I can find footage of Spyro, and compare it to the game today to show what was different, what's been changed, etc., etc., etc. And I think it'd be a really interesting look back. The monkeys were definitely less aggressive. Hey, Miharu, how are you? Yeah, I think so. And actually, I have an idea for a series of skits. I have an idea that I want to try. I want to give it a try. And I think that it would be funny, and we might try it when we move into our new place. But I have an idea for a series of skits of videos that are related to Crash and Spyro, but in a different way. But yeah, I want to go and find all the old footage from before Spyro was released, before all of the, like, the original Artisan Homeworld music. Oh, don't worry, Glacier Galaxy. Yeah, go ahead. You can send stuff to me. That's fine. Yeah, send it to me in DMs. It's cool. Totally cool. There we go. There we go. Yeah, the early design of Nestor. Yep. Good idea. I may have to steal it. Please don't. Please no. Please. Oh yeah, there was something interesting that came to mind to me today that literally happened right before the stream, and I want to explore it. It might not lead anywhere, so let me clarify this a little bit before I even talk about it. Let me clarify that I don't know if it leads anywhere because, that's why that was looking goofy. I don't know why everything went weird. I had like a graphics update and things went goofy. That's a lot better. That's a lot better. Anyway, I will look at it after the stream, though, Glace. Yeah, that's the big thing. So here is the thing that came to mind to me that I'm trying to work out. So it's related to Crash, Spyro, or specifically Spyro, and the Xbox acquisition. Something came to mind. A bit of a, I guess, a timing epiphany, we'll call it. We'll call it a timing epiphany. So while I was thinking and, you know, just getting ready for the stream, an idea came to mind. I remember that there was an interview that Bobby Kotick had where he said that he received a call from Xbox, specifically Phil Spencer, offering to buy the company back in January, right? And then as they were figuring out the legal minutia of everything, remember how I said that the copyright for Spyro was turned to, like, on, like, you know, hey, yeah, we're putting it in use. So I was like, okay, that's cool. And Xbox announced that they had seen, like, the future plans of Activision, and they were excited and saw, like, what they had in production, and they were excited to see what was being produced. Isn't it weird that around the time that they said that they saw the production line of what Activision was doing, that the Spyro trademarks got approved? Think about that timing for a second. The timing of the Xbox acquisition and Activision showing them that, like, what they had in the works, and then Xbox saying, yeah, sure, we'll buy your company, and then all of a sudden Spyro's trademarks get approved. Now, I feel like that there potentially could be something there. Is there something there? I don't know. I don't know. I got to explore that, and I'm going to dig, and I'm going to go back to the USPTO, looking at what when the marks were trademarked again, looking at the interviews that Bobby Kotick had, and looking at the interviews that Phil Spencer had, and see where the lines draw. Because what I'm wondering is that...
Hey, Spyro, we need those flags to prove our secret mission was successful. But the flag keeper keeps stealing them.
Okay.
If you can knock the flag keeper down, you could bring the flags back. My secret decoder ring says that this power-up thing should help you.
So the big question that I have, and the big... See you later, Beta M2. The big question that I have, overall, is that the timing seems really, really weird, if you catch my drift. The talks, Flameman, the talks started in January. The talks started in January. That we can confirm. That's when it happened. They started talking in January, and the deal was solidified in, was it March? March. Of Microsoft purchasing Xbox at $65 per share. Or Microsoft buying Activision. Sorry, Xbox buying Activision at $65 per share. Which was like almost 25% above the current asking price of the stock. Which equated to $67 billion. Almost $70 billion.
Still 2 flags out
It was like 69.7 or 69.2 or something like that, but just shy of 70 billion. And the company was valued at 61, 62 billion. So, I have a theory. I have a theory that works as long as Spyro doesn't get announced next week. Which, I mean, is there a chance? Sure. I don't think so. But there is an idea. There is an idea bouncing around in my head that I want to put together into a video. And it lines up with a current thought that I have. And I haven't really made anything additional on Spyro yet because I wanted to wait past April just in case I didn't want to make a fool of myself. I've been thinking this for a while. In fact, I almost pulled the trigger and made the video about it. Actually, the video is done. The script is finished. And the editorial was almost done. Shooter was on the final touches of it. And then something happened. A bunch of Spyro stuff was announced. And I asked him to pause it and, like, wait. I'm going to have to rejig it a little bit because of the new information that we've had. But overall... First time I mentioned I just live stream. Hey, Nix. How's it going?
We're so close, Spyro. Just one more flag.
Has there been any updates on Crash or Spyro since your latest hints breakdown? Not really, not yet. I know that Toys for Bob has been tweeting out, like, egg tweets. Like, I know it's coming up to Easter. And, of course, yeah, it's, they're obviously going to be using Spyro to, reference Easter because Spyro uses eggs in their games. But it's weird. It's very weird. I don't know why the Spyro account itself isn't tweeting it out. It's the Toys for Bob account that's tweeting the egg stuff out. So I don't know why.
Last flag so easily, purple beast.
Miharu! Hey! Thank you so much for the $5, Miharu. Thank you. From one content creator to another. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Here's the PAX. Thank you. And I would flip if it was announced like, oh man, I would absolutely lose it because I'm going to PAX next week. And if it's at PAX, it's good. It's just going, I will explode. I will not just like hype and freak out. I will explode. I mean, like a nuclear bomb go off. It would just be... It would be insane. It would be literally insane if it was announced next week. But I don't think so. I don't think so. There is some suspicious activity for April, but it's anecdotal. What's how to pronounce that? Anecdotal evidence. I know how to pronounce it, but apparently I don't.
Great job, Agent Spyro.
I'm sorry, Nix. Yeah, time zones are a pain.
How about this orb that I found in the sand?
Hey, Benjamin Thomas, how are you? I don't know if I want to see elemental breaths. I don't think I like the idea of elemental breaths. I like the idea of new abilities. And what I mean by new abilities, maybe not even just exclusively Spyro, but like I like the idea, because I remember we were talking about this on stream. I like the idea of... There's this big thing that we've been seeing kind of like the Crash and Spyro communities. Specifically right now with Crash, because, well, Crash has been having content come out left, right, and center, is this unifying of fan bases, right? That's a big thing that we've been seeing. We've been seeing the modern Crash Bandicoot send references to all versions of Crash, from Wrath of Cortex to Twin Sanity to everything, right? To even the most... Spyro doesn't happen at PAX. Do you expect it to happen during Summer Game Fest in June? No, I don't think so. If it doesn't happen in April, I don't see it happening this year, period. And I know that sounds like sad, but I don't think it's happening this year, period. Maybe keep an eye on May just in case, but May wouldn't really make sense either because Summer Game Fest would literally be a month later, right? So, you know, I keep an eye in May and Summer Game Fest, but I wouldn't hold my breath. I still think it's going to be Wumpa League this year. I still think it is. I'm holding to it. Oh man, I missed that one. Jack Buckley donated $1. Eating all the snacks on the way to PAX. Flying business class because you got the stacks. I don't get the stacks. Looking up nice at the Boston Stars. No prison, but I got them bars. CG rap number 2. Have fun at PAX, CG. Thank you so much, Jack Buckley, for the $2 super chat and the bars. Thank you so much. Thank you. I think this year is still going to be Wumpa League or some variation of a Crash title. That, or if worse comes to worse,
Spyro, you make a great
nothing happens in 2022, which is of course possible.
By the way, you can have this talisman. I stole it when the soldiers weren't looking.
The question is what is the fate of Wumpa League, right? That has been the big question. That has been the big what's going on with that. There's evidence to suggest yes, evidence to suggest no, there's evidence to suggest maybe. The nice thing is that it seems like there is something Crash related coming. And if there's something Crash related, then there's probably something Spyro related as well. The ultimate thing, though, and the ultimate question is what is going on with Wumpa League. So here is where I am. If Wumpa League was canceled, done, canned, finished, blah, then we probably won't see anything this year and see something next year. Jack Buckley donated $1. Oh, also a joke to brighten your day. Not my joke, so if it's bad, it's not my fault. I cried today when my dad was cutting onions. Onions was a good dog. Ooh, I've heard that one before, and it's funny. I cried when dad was cutting onions. Onions was a good dog. It's a dark joke. It's funny, though. Thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate that. Thank you. Well, if Wumpa League is in PAX, I don't think so. I mean, it's possible, but I don't think so because they released the schedule for PAX and like the floor planning. And oh, CG Kia sends love. Aw, tell Kia thank you. Thank you, Kia. Here's the thing though, is that like the thing is that the floor plans have been already released. So to announce there at PAX, I mean, it could be announced at PAX. It's not far-fetched. It's possible.
Hello, Spyro.
I don't know.
Suppose you're here for the party. Well, I'm afraid it's been cancelled because the stupid Earth Shapers set off the volcano.
So the one thing that I seem to know that seems to be in development, right? And it's kind of funny because, well, I mean, like, I don't know, but like, I have more. He says he plays Spyro like mommy. He's the best of Spyro, man. Aww. That's so sweet. Thank you, Kia. So the big thing is that yeah, I remember that. So the big thing is that I think is going to be happening, which is actually funny, not even related to Crash or Spyro, kind of related to Crash and Spyro in a way, is Tony Hawk. In my mind, Tony Hawk 3 and 4 is happening. Will I scream? I won't scream because I'll faint, Brian. I'll scream after. Or I'll be dead. One or the other. So the floor plan that could be shown there? No, it's public. It's public for all to see. I don't think any of the major publishers are this year, like Nintendo, Sony, or Xbox. I think they're all skipping it this year. I think there's still a lot of like the COVID hesitation that a lot of people are still waiting for. So probably next year, when a lot of the COVID hesitation starts to wind down, that a lot of people will probably start coming back to these conventions. So this year is going to probably be a little light on like who's going to be there. It's probably going to be a lot of indies and AA, maybe AAA. a couple AAAs, but nothing like Xbox, PlayStation, you know, nothing like, you know, 2020 where they had the, you know, like the Shinra power plant to represent Final Fantasy VII and have the bike there and have the demo and all that stuff. I don't think that they'll have that there, but yeah, so I don't blame them for not wanting to come this year, but I got a feeling as COVID hesitation goes down and as, you know, we start coming back to more of a not an established society, but more of like the aftermath of everything that's happened. I think that we'll start seeing more people, more big players start coming back to these big events. Oh yeah, I've had COVID too. One of the weirdest, it was so weird. Having COVID was one of the weirdest things that, like, sicknesses I had. It wasn't the worst. I will say that for me, it wasn't the worst, but it was weird. It was the weirdest. So the best way I described it is like playing, it's like playing cold Yahtzee. So you know whenever you have a cold, you can have a cold and have, when you say I have a cold, you can have one of like 12 symptoms. It could be runny nose, sneezing, coughing, you know, gut problems, you know, mucusy, gross, you know, all that stuff. There's like 16 different symptoms that can relate to a cold. You can have a head cold, you can have a stomach issue, you can have nasal problems, headaches, whatever. When I had COVID, it was like playing flu and cold Yahtzee. It was like each day you threw a, like, it was like day, like at peak of COVID, you take 7 dice, you put it into a cup, you shake it up, and you threw it out, and whatever was there were your symptoms for the day. Then you go to bed, and then you take the 7 dice, you take 1 away, and you'd have 6. You put that in the cup, you shake it up, and you throw it out, and whatever those symptoms were what your symptoms were for the day. One day I had gallbladder issues, where I felt like I had to pee all the time. Then the next day I had stomach issues, then I had searing headaches, then I had liquid everywhere, then I was sneezing, then I was coughing, then I was coughing with mucus, and then it was like every day it was something different, and then, but another symptom would go away. And I'm like, what is this? What is this illness? Hey, Stormy, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm happy that you enjoy the videos. And I'm just like, what is happening, dog? Every day was different. It was just like, oh boy, I can't wait to see what symptoms I have today. In our nursing home around Christmas time, I caught it right before New Year's. It ended up missing 2 weeks of work. I had a hard time breathing. We lost 8 residents to COVID. Yeah, it's awful. It's awful. It's like, goodness me. And it's so strange. It's so strange. Like we've been around for all of these diseases, like these you know, I remember mad cow disease, I remember SARS, I remember avian flu, pig flu, which was the H1N1. You know, I remember all of these, like these I don't think any of them ever reached a pandemic. I remember Ebola was a big one that was really scary. I remember Ebola was one that a lot of people were scared about. Ebola was one that was that a lot of people were like, dude, this better not come to the States. So I have never heard of a illness like this. Never have I ever seen an illness as weird as COVID. So weird. Dude, how sick I was feeling. Hey, don't get tested due to how sick I was feeling. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I had swine flu. It wasn't fun. Yeah, Get tested once a week now, even vaccinated. Luckily, we have no cases currently. Good. That's awesome to hear. That's awesome to hear no cases. All right. Let me finish my thought here on this because I know when I get to the crystal popcorn, I'm going to lose all train of thought. But it makes me wonder. It makes me wonder, like, what... Like, just something about COVID-19 it's different. It's very different. You know, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. There's something about it that doesn't work in my mind, clinically. Like, I'm no doctor. I'm going to say that. You know, I'm no doctor and I'm no nurse. But from the reports that I've read, something's not adding up with how it is. And I mean, there are some people that underplay it way too much. There are some people that overplay it way too much. And there's just something goofy about it. There's something goofy about the disease itself.
Hey, Spyro,
something
check out
goofy.
this
And by the
cool
way,
I found. Let's
double
play a
vax,
game.
Pfizer.
Every so often, a piece of this crystal popcorn pops out of the ground. The first
It's
one
just,
to
it's
grab
very
10 of them
weird.
wins.
Very, very, very weird. Very odd. What I didn't understand was bouncing of when it bounces from person to person, it changes like symptoms. It's just, and not just like a little bit, but vastly, right? How one person can lose their taste and smell for 6 months and another person gets the sniffles for 2 weeks. Like, the severity on that is crazy. The severity of that is crazy, right? It's like, that, how? Right? That doesn't make any sense. How can 2 people catch COVID, one of them be over it in 2 weeks, and another person still fighting it 6 months later in the same household? Right? It's very, very, very weird. Very weird. Very weird.
I'm ready when you are.
Sorry, then lost taste. Yeah, like people were losing taste and smells. Like I said, for me it was let's play cold and flu Yahtzee. That was what it felt like. Where? But very interesting. It's not interesting, but it's like, it's very weird. Right? And boop, got it. Let's go over here. Grab that. There we go. Is it 10 or 15? I forget. Or is it the first one 10? Okay, first one was 10.
Okay, you win.
All right.
Here's an orb.
Got round 1. There we go.
I'll give you another orb if you can beat me again. Let's play to 15 this time. What do you say?
Nobody aches until the list. Yeah, exactly. But the fatigue and aches and disorientation all related. No, I got my booster jab on Monday. Nice, fully vaxxed. Nice. Let's play.
I'm ready when you are.
All right, so now we gotta do the harder version. Oh, I thought I was gonna, be able to cheese that and get that one. Oh, this one. Thank you. Thanks, Hunter. I love he's just like almost offended, like, huh, Spyro, calm down. I love doing that. I don't think you could do that in the original for some reason. It was like, I think the original, there was like some weird hitbox barrier around Hunter. You could still steal it, but you couldn't just stand underneath him and just literally just like just let it hit your butt. He's gonna catch that one. Yep. Thank you. Hey, Terran Gaming! Hold on a second. Hey, you gotta get one more popcorn. Oh, I'm just gonna stand here. History. Terran Gaming donated $5 to Super Chat. Thank you so much. Hey, CG, it's Twin Peaks. Hello. Long time no see. Hope you've been well these days. I'm super happy today because I just reached affiliation on Twitch. Nice. That's awesome. Congrats. Awesome. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. That's always happy to, I'm always happy to hear people starting their journey, getting the affiliation and stuff. I'm affiliated on Twitch. They want me to accept partner, but I don't think I'm going to. Unless something were to, but I'm going to keep it in my back pocket. So Twitch is my backup. Twitch is my backup where if YouTube goes under. So for some reason, YouTube just goes to poop where like, it like goes to even more poop than it is now. To the point where it's not sustainable for a content creator like me to be able to stream on there and be able to be actively on YouTube. My backup would be Twitch, and then I would go full partner, and then what I would do is I would do streams of me connecting all the dots of like the stuff and also play games, right? So that would be the transition of if for some reason YouTube, you know, everything goes for YouTube in terms of like the platform itself.
Have unlimited use of the elevator for a one-time fee of only a few gems. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Simply step onto the elevator and it will take you to the bottom. When you want to come back up, just step on it again.
Yes, Moneybags, thank you. Because there's a lot of questions. There's a lot of questions as to the future of YouTube and what it is that they're trying to do, right? Because ultimately, there is a system, and there is an algorithm, and there is a there's a system, there's an algorithm, there's a computer mechanics going on behind the scenes that is not public for us to know. Because if everybody knew what to do for the algorithm, then everybody would abuse it, right? And that's the thing, is that the algorithm is trying to base things off of human interest. And the problem with that is that humans are all so vastly different, and their interest can be very much varied, right? And a computer also can't tell the difference between what's kind of interest there is. So let me give you an example. So, hey Adam, how's it going? Let me give you an example of how YouTube doesn't quite understand human interest. People might want to watch a video because the video is horrible. Which is something that a computer can't understand.
A little too hot around here. By the way, here's a talisman I was saving for the party later. I think you deserve it more.
So let me give you an example. Here, let me pause this and I'll explain something really interesting about the YouTube algorithm. So the YouTube algorithm bases everything off of human interest. So what it will do is that it builds its... Right now, YouTube's bread and butter, and the only way that you need to be able to actually watch something and to be able to enjoy something is through the recommended page. That is the meat and potatoes of every single person's videos. That's what mine is. I think my grand total of my views, it's almost like 65% are from recommendeds only, and then 45% is the rest, which is Twitter, Discord, people looking it up, it popping up on Google, people sharing it externally, and et cetera, all the other things, recommended. Or up next from one of my other videos, which could have started from recommended. The whole point is that recommended is the meat and potatoes of all of YouTube. And that is where the algorithm wants to push. That is where if your videos get into recommended tabs, then you get your videos pushed. Here's the thing though. If somebody posts a video that's like... Posts a video that says like... something awful, like, let me see here. They post a review that says, I hate the Sonic 2 movie, right? And the content that they give is so bad where their reasons are like so terrible and so awful that people have to sit and watch it. Right? You ever watch like a train wreck and you can't help but look at it? If you're at a safe distance and you're seeing two trains about to collide together, are you looking away? No, you're watching. You're watching that terror. You're about to watch two trains full speed smash into each other, right? You're about to watch it. It's a horrible event, yet you can't keep your eyes away from it, right? Same concept on a much smaller scale. So someone comes up and they're like, oh, I hate the Sonic movie because Sonic is blue and the blue wasn't right and it's full of terrible edits and the video is actually like atrocious. Like the video is actually, the opinion makes no sense. The person sounds annoying. If there is everything bad about it possible, it's so bad, people watch it. And people engage with it. Right? And people engage with it. And people talk about it. And people share it. People are like, look at this idiot. Well, what happens is that those videos then start to go viral. And then that person starts to go viral. And other people who have had similar opinions or similar hot takes will start to go viral. Because what happens is that YouTube says, hey, this one video seems to be similar with this video. We're going to recommend this to other people. But people are watching out of like horror or out of disgust or out of like, wow, this person is stupid, right? I don't agree with their opinion. They're dumb. And they start disliking the video. They start bombing it. They start doing all these things. And it just makes it ridiculous. Well, what happens is that the algorithm can't tell that you actually don't like that content. It can't tell. It just sees, hey, you're engaging with this content. If you are engaging with this content, we're going to show you more content like this. And also, we see your age and your demographic and where you live, and we're going to be sharing to other people that are like similar, right? Why do you think if you are an exclusive English speaker, you almost get recommended mostly English videos, right? Well, because YouTube can figure out, you know, an idea of where you are demographically. And they can figure out like, okay, you're English speaking. Or what they'll do is that if they find that you're from a country that is bilingual, sometimes I'll get French videos, right? Because Canada. So sometimes I'll get French videos. But they know where you live, and they're going to recommend videos to you that are based on your language. There could be someone going viral in the Italian sphere of things. And people who are English speaking will never have heard this person before. Right? Does that make sense? So the thing is that when it comes to the YouTube algorithm, it just learns what people are clicking and then recommends it more to people that are similar to clicking it, right? So if it's a bad thumbnail, a bad this, a bad that, it can actually inverse and literally cause the person to go viral. Because people are paying attention to them because of their bad take. They're not actually interested in them. They're not going to support them.
You saved the party. Here, this got mixed in with the cheese.
Yeah, Dragon Ball Evolution would be one of those train wrecks. And that's the problem. That is a problem that we have, that the YouTube algorithm has, is that it recommends content that you think you will like based on what other people around you like. But the problem is that the system actually doesn't really know what you like, because the thing is that person, for example, that person that you're making fun of, are you going to go to a stream and support them? No. Are you going to donate to them? You might donate $1 so you can get a message on there to make fun of them. But these people that have these hot take, these people that are getting these hate views or these cringe views or whatnot, most people aren't going to support them in a way that, well, like you guys do. You guys support me. You guys support me because you guys enjoy the content, or you enjoy the videos, you enjoy the live streams, you enjoy it and you support. And the thing is that the YouTube algorithm is fathering and infecting, not fathering and infecting, but they're pushing for all kinds of content to be accepted,
Well done, Spyro.
whether it gets them support
Now
or
you have all
not,
14 talismans.
beyond the video itself, right? And the thing is, in a business sense, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't. It really doesn't. It doesn't make sense because, yeah, you make more in ad revenue, but then people don't support them. Here we go. Here's the big, the hardest boss in the entire trilogy.
Go. What is it, boy? Oh, the ferret. Here you go. Oh! You singed my cape!
Dragon?
You are really starting to get on my nerves. Say goodbye, flame breath. Nope.
Lunchtime.
Lunchtime.
And that's the big thing, is that learning the YouTube algorithm is literally, oh gosh, is learning human interests. Right? Oh gosh. Jeez. Blake, if you are here somehow, I know you designed Gulp. I know how you designed Gulp. All I gotta ask Blake is why. Why? I know he's your favorite. I know he was your favorite hero to design, but Blake, why? Some of you might be very confused at that statement. Don't worry, I'll explain hopefully one day. I think I've explained it before, but Blake, I have many a word to speak with you. Ow. I love how hard he made Gulp. It's insane, man. Like, Blake, this is your fault. If you guys don't know, Blake was one of the enemy designers at Toys for Bob, and he designed this boss fight. And he stated publicly that he made it this hard because he loved Gulp. And because he loved Gulp, he was like, you know what? Hardest boss in the game. It's like, great. Awesome. He was also the one who designed the egg thieves. Oh dear. Well, we kind of beat each other on that one. I might be able to get this on my first try though, which would be cool. If we can get maybe some chickens. Chicken? Chicken! Another chicken. Woo! Okay. Oh, you got the no eggs or birds glitch? I think that's happened once. There was also a glitch back in for the Ripto fight to have double gulp. I just think that's terrifying. That never happened to me personally, but I watched it. I was just like, oh my goodness. Or did it happen to me? Did it happen to me once on stream? It may have happened once on stream. Maybe. And then I instantly died. Ow. Chicken! Hey, first! Hey, didn't get one G... Didn't lose once. Ooh, ooh.
Spyro, you did it!
Whoa! Laura, where'd you come from?
I was just outside.
Oops. My bad. I went to click just to update something.
I think I've finally come up with a way to access the Dragon Worlds from the Super Portal. This power crystal should give us the extra boost that we need. Just a few more calculations to set it up. I think I have it. Excellent. Everything is finally ready. We're going to need a lot more orbs, but with the power crystal boosting work again.
Yay.
So, you thought you had gotten rid of me. Well, I'm afraid not. I persuaded that fat bear Moneybags to sell me a few bombs.
Quick, the power crystal!
Don't even try it,
Book boy.
or you'll be the world's smartest pile of ashes. This is just what I need for a new scepter.
Hunter, do something, quick!
Hey! Give that back! Well, I tried.
You little fools! After I destroy you all with my new scepter, I'm going to rename this place
Riptonia. Okay. Nope.
Spyro, Ripto's still
Lagging.
alive, and he's
I got no lag.
castle. Even worse,
There's
he's
nothing on
stolen
my
the
end.
Power crystal for the super portal.
Anyone else getting lag? I'm not seeing anything on my end. Crash 5 went a long time, probably. Long time. Oh, that's right, we got it.
Well, Spyro, it comes down
I did
to
for a
this.
moment. Okay, Spectra,
There's only
thanks.
one more thing I can
I did a
teach you.
refresh.
And like all the best things, it doesn't.
Had a hiccup.
count.
I wonder if that was maybe just
That
YouTube.
move is very simple, really. All you must do is jump and then press the action button.
Action button. Boink. Banjo 3E when. I know that there is outside interest for. There seems to be outside interest for Banjo 3E outside of like Rare. I know that there are other people that want to do it, but will they do it? I don't know. And I'm not announcing anything like oh, you shouldn't say that because it was in private. No, literally Paul Yan literally openly said that if he had the chance. There was a post that was made by Dazzling Dazad, who's a really he's prominent in the social media of Crash and Spyro, specifically on Twitter and Facebook. He made a post asking, hey, if you could give a remake to 2 games, what would it be? Or not remake, a sequel to these list of games, but you can only pick 2. Which ones would they be? And there was a whole list of them. It was Tomba, Gex, Spyro, Crash, Banjo, and Paul Yan replied saying Banjo and Spyro.
That you've collected so many orbs, my high-tech portal here will take you to Cloud Temples.
And it's like, okay, interesting. Paul Yan publicly said, hey, you know, if he could, the post was, if you could give a remake to 2 of these, which ones would you pick? And Paul Yan picked Banjo and Spyro. Or not remake, a sequel. A new sequel. So, in my eyes, in terms of, like, business decisions, in terms of business choices and business decisions, I think that... Is that Tim Hortons? Yes, it is. It's a Timmy's. It's a double-double with milk. That's how I drink my coffee. Not with cream. Because with the milk, I can still taste a lot more of the coffee. It also makes my guts not want to implode. Hey, Nick Joseph, how are you? I'm feeling so much better. I feel good. I don't feel sick anymore. I feel amazing.
One last speedway adventure for you, Spyro? It's not that expensive, you know.
I feel a lot better. I feel ready to go.
Like you will win your money back in no time.
Before I was like, what's up, guys? Canadian. It wasn't good. I wasn't looking good either. I was looking at myself back in the streams. I'm like, yee. Like, yeah, you've seen better days, my friend. You've seen better days. So today, I'm only streaming until 5:30. And then I gotta go over to my dad's place, and we're finishing a prop that I'm making for PAX for my friend. I made Pow Pow from Arcane, which is a little minigun through my 3D printer, and it looks really good. We're doing the final assembly, and then I gotta do the final paint and sealant and weathering on it, and yeah, I'm super excited. Super excited to get that together. I want to show you all, but I also want to surprise Katie. So I gotta figure out how to if there's a way I can show you guys without showing Katie.
I can see you've learned the value of orbs, Spyro. This touchy gate should work perfectly with the help of your impressive orb collection.
Nice. No, it feels nice to be able to breathe. To be able to sleep without liquid bouncing from my head. Like, I literally go to sleep and I could hear the liquid moving to each side of my ears. I was like, oh, good. Yeah, this feels great. I love this. This is fantastic. Like, I hate everything. I hate it all. Thanks, game. Or thanks, sickness.
Now that you've got the orbs, Ripto's demise is only moments away, right? Right? Well, anyway, good luck. He's right through this door.
There we go. We're not doing Ripto. We're just grabbing the gems. There we go. Don't worry. So I made a video about this before. Could a Crash and Spyro crossover game work? And honestly, I don't think it would be beneficial for either of the series. Having like maybe moments of like, hey, you know, there's one level where you play as Crash Bandicoot, or hey, there's one level where you play as Spyro. Like 1 or 2 levels in terms of involvement like that. But in terms of like 50-50, 50% Crash Bandicoot gameplay, 50% Spyro gameplay. Harper donated £5 to Super Chat. We have 6 games already. Banjo-Kazooie, Grunty's Revenge, Tooie, Pilot, Nuts and Bolts. Yeah, there are 6 games, but they're wondering, like, my comment was probably towards a mainline game that would be like a, air quote, true sequel to Tooie, right? I think that's the assumption. Thank you so much, Harper, for the £5. As I was saying, it's hard to be able to do a true 50-50 Crash and Spyro game. I think it's a little too difficult to be able to make a good balance of that. So, what's your opinion on the Crash and Spyro GBA games? I'm going to be honest with you. That is probably the only Crash and Spyro games that I have not played much of, if at all. When I was a kid, I had a big problem with, for some reason, mentally, I had a big problem with games that started off as 3D and then were, like, brought down. Do you know what I mean? So, let me explain. So if I was playing a game that's 3D, like Crash, like Spyro the Dragon, right? It's 3D, it's awesome. Then you got Spyro Season of Ice, let's say, right? It was kind of like a top-down 2D sprites, and back then, for me, mentally, I didn't like that. As a kid, I didn't like the idea of going from 3D open world to portable GBA. It didn't make sense to me. Is it an ADD or ADHD? I do have ADHD. I do have ADHD, if that means anything for that. So I didn't like it. It was like, I really am not fond of the idea of, I just wasn't fond of the idea of, but there were games that were originated from the GBA that I would love. So for example, I absolutely loved and enjoyed like Pokemon, every single Pokemon game. And even when it went to 3D, I still like the originals because that's how the game started for me. So for me, it was never a upgrade or it was never a downgrade. It was always either standard or upgrade. Does that make sense? So if I played a GBA Pokemon game, that was regular. If I played a 3D Pokemon game, that's an upgrade. But then when I played Spyro on PS1, that's regular. And if I played Spyro on GBA, that's a downgrade. That's how my brain, like, put it as, okay, you know, looks 2D, lower quality in my child brain, right? Downgrade. Not interested. Standard is 2D, and then console was 3D. Upgraded, that's an upgrade. But then I could go back to the standard and be fine with that. So that's how my brain worked as a kid, right? That's just how it worked. I can't tell you why. So unfortunately, I never got to really play any of the Crash and Spyro GBA games. I never did. I just never did, right? It's just that's how my brain worked. Is it the same now for me? Kind of. It's kind of the same. I don't know. It's hard for me to be able to break that, right? It's hard for me to mentally break that. It was like, people are like, oh, you never played RuneScape. How could you have not played RuneScape? It was like, because I played World of Warcraft. That was the thing, was that I played World of Warcraft, and my brother had my father, then my brother had a subscription that we shared. And it was hard for me to go play RuneScape when I had the, you know, at the time, Warcraft. I mean, like, it was a stark night and day difference, right? Like, why would I go play RuneScape when I had WoW? Right? So that was my big thing, right? Yeah, you never play. I played it and I tried it and I tried so hard to get into RuneScape. I really did, to the max, to like it. I tried. I couldn't because visually, World of Warcraft was just superior in my mind. But it's a paid game, and not everybody at school would let their kids have, you know, not to have a monthly subscription for a video game back then, right? But you see, is it Sala? Sala? Is that how I pronounce it? Your name, Sala? If you started with that, everything would be an upgrade, and you can go back to it. Absolutely, I can totally see that. Totally see that. Played RuneScape before playing WoW. Still do. Yeah, it's like, for me, I played WoW before RuneScape. Right? I was a very, like, weird kid when it came to games. So I had all the classic all my classic PS1 titles and PS2 titles, but when it came to like when games started to become a lot more mainstream, it was like I was playing games like Warcraft 3, right? And the custom games in Warcraft 3, and I was like 8, right? I was 8 or 9 playing Warcraft 3, like playing Dota, playing Enfos, playing the Winter Mall. I was a weird kid when it came to games. I was a weird kid. I was always the one interested in games that were like people were like, hey, why don't you play Lego games? I'm like, not interested. Not interested. And it was like, why? And it's like, just wasn't. That's it, right? Certain games, they hooked me and they grabbed me and I'm hooked. And other games, no matter what, no matter how much I try, I can't get into it. Yeah, exactly, Lozzie. It's the same thing. Just like I can sit there and try and try and try and try and just could not do it. Couldn't do it.
It's great to be free. Now there's only one satyr left to rescue.
So, it's just certain games, just, they don't hook me. That's it. It's just like some people are like, oh, how could you not like that game? It doesn't make sense. It's just like, I don't. That's it. Could it be attributed to the ADHD? It could be. Absolutely it could be. It absolutely could be attributed to the ADHD. I like games that I lose track of time. Where, like, I don't know, it's just like, either that or I like short, quick games now. So, like, right now, I gotten back into, like, Hearthstone. They just dropped a new expansion, and I enjoy it. I'm enjoying it. And I like it, you know, I like it again, you know. The big thing, though, is that sometimes I'll play something so much that I fall out of love with it, right? But the thing is that the one game that it hasn't happened for is Spyro.
Now that you have rescued all the satyrs in Fracture
And it's like,
you ought to explore the temple.
it's like, it's really weird to me. It's really weird that Spyro has been that game that just hasn't been, like, I don't get sick of it. I don't. I really don't. Right? I just don't get it. I don't get. Hey, Nick Joseph donated $1. Thank you so much, Nick Joseph. I can relate, man, because I try to get into certain movies or shows or games that people suggest that I should but never can get into, and I still like that personally. Like to stumble across anything on my own instead of someone recommending it to me. Yeah, I do like it when I stumble across something on my own. I like that. Thank you again, Nick Joseph, for the $1. I do like that. I do like that concept. I like the concept of stumbling across something like, hey, what's this? And then try it and then fall in love with it, right? And it's hard for me to also, like, okay, there's something else too that's like super like weird about me, is that if I find a game genre that I love or a game within that genre that I really like, I will compare that game to every other game in that genre and have a hard time enjoying it, right? So I'll give you an example. I love Spyro, right? If I play a 3D platformer similar to Spyro, and that's not different enough from Spyro, I'm going to compare it to Spyro every time, and my brain's going to be like, do you like Spyro better? If the answer is yes, then my brain all of a sudden says, then what's the point of you playing it if you prefer Spyro, right? And we'll just turn it back off and go play Spyro instead. And that's silly because, like, well, no, I shouldn't be thinking like that because, you know, you should be able to enjoy the game, right? And that's why I have such a broad genre of games that I like, right? So, for example, I like Mario Kart, but I like Mario Kart Double Dash the most. That's why when I was playing Mario Kart 8, I enjoyed it, but I didn't play it as much as I did with Double Dash because I enjoyed Double Dash more. It was like, I don't know, I enjoyed Double Dash more, and because I enjoyed Double Dash more, why am I playing this version of Mario Kart when I can go play that? And likewise, but it has to be different enough too. So for example, Sly Cooper, I can play that over Spyro, even though I would say, yeah, I probably like Spyro a bit more than Sly Cooper. I still love Sly Cooper though. I still love Sly Cooper. And I'm hyped for the new Sly hopefully being announced in September. But it's different enough from Spyro and Crash that it kind of gets its own category, right? It's different enough. It has a different story, a different feel. It's different enough. But if the game is supposed to have the same similar feeling as to another game that I like, it's hard for me to compare. Thank you so much, Nick Joseph, for the $1. OMG, dude, you're talking words right out of my mouth. That's exactly how I am with anything. I'll try Crash and Spyro and other games. A perfect example is that KO the Kangaroo game coming soon because it's somewhat similar to both Crash and Spyro. Yeah, it's somewhat similar. I enjoy it, though. It's different enough. Of course, I gotta see the full release of KO, and I'm gonna play through it. I'm gonna finish it, and I'm gonna have a good time. I'm probably gonna have a good time with it, hopefully, and then go from there. Will I love it as much as Crash and Spyro? Probably not. But I'm open to it. But that's a problem of mine when it comes to game genres. That's why I like so many games. They're like, hey, do you like racing games? Yeah, I love racing games. I have 3 that I love, or 2 or 3 that I love. It's like, okay, do you like action-adventure? Absolutely, I love action-adventure. Do you love platformers? I love platformers. Fighters? Yeah, I love fighters. And it's like, do you like first-person shooters? Yeah, I do, actually. I do like first-person shooters. But I only like a couple games in each of those categories. I don't like that genre as a whole. Does that make sense? I don't like that genre as a whole, necessarily. And that's where that's where people get very confused. They don't get it. It's like, okay, you like first-person shooters? It's like, yes, I like first-person shooters. Okay, what's your favorite first-person shooters? Oh, I absolutely love Modern Warfare 2. I love Modern Warfare 2. I love the Black Ops 1. I love Halo. It's like, okay, awesome. So then if you like Halo, then you'll like Destiny. I hate Destiny. Why? I don't know. I just prefer Halo over Destiny. It's like, okay, well, if you like Modern Warfare 2, then you should like Modern Warfare 3. Nope, don't like Modern Warfare 3 either. It's like, why? I'd just rather play Modern Warfare 2. And it's like, okay, that doesn't make sense. Right? It's like, okay. Did I lose this? Makes sense to me too, yeah. So, shoot, that was on my last lap too. And so that's where it's like, when people say, do you like these games? It's like, yeah, I do. And then I automatically think of the games that I like in that genre. I used to play fighting games galore. I used to play Tekken and Mortal Kombat, right? Loved Tekken and Mortal Kombat. People are like, hey, do you like Street Fighter? And I'm like, no. Like, I respect it, and it's cool. And I know the characters and stuff. You know. And I understand it, and I have played Street Fighter. Just meh. Just meh. I like Mortal Kombat, and I like Tekken. Those were my fighting games that I enjoyed. And also like I also like Injustice. Injustice was another one, but Injustice is like more. It's made by the same guys. It's superhero Mortal Kombat. It's literally the exact same thing. It's superhero Mortal Kombat. So it's like, okay, well that's kind of easy that's an easy sell for me, you know. So it's hard for me to. And that's the same thing with like, hey, do you like RuneScape? Not really. Why? Because I got World of Warcraft. There we go. Hold on. Cool. Hey, Toxic Dragon. So it's like, it's just the way I am. Okay, I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. Coffee's kicking in. I will be right back. You guys can listen and chill to the beautiful lo-fi of Spyro. Be right back. Okay, what happened? And we're back. We are back. Okay. There we go. Okay. Thank you so much, Midnight's Code, for the $5 super chat. Hi, CG. I'm watching this at work on my break. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, so much. And thank you, Midnight's Code, for your awesome contributions. Thank you. Here. Okay. And there. And we're back. Okay. Yes, we are going to be doing videos while we're at PAX. We're going to be doing... Hey, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Have fun at PAX. Bring us Spyro 4. I want to. I want to. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you. I got to do this again. Ugh.
Just stand still, he says. I'll turn your boots to gold, he says. Oh, hi, Spyro. You're a sight for sore eyes. I'd appreciate it mightily if you could locate that alchemist. He owes me a favor.
So anyway, yeah, there is going to be PAX vlogs that's going to be edited together by the lovely Just Shooter, who is the editor on the channel, or the co-editor on the channel. And he's going to be editing those together. And I'll be sending them just each day, send them some footage.
Experiment with a new potion. I'd like to try it out, but the Earth Shapers have made going out a bit difficult. Could you come with me an escort?
All right, Alchemist.
Great. Just keep those Earth Shapers away from me, and I'll take this potion to Hunter.
Really cried when Crash 4 came out. Hopes for Spyro, please, PAX. I don't want people to get their hopes up too high, because I do think it's, you know, I do think that Spyro would be coming next year. I think. Where I think it's going to be 2023 that we'll see Spyro, I think. I also think it might be Beanox that's developing the next Spyro, possibly. That's right, he goes over here and then he comes back, right? Yeah. So, to my knowledge, in my eyes, I think it's going to be Beanox. I think.
Man, do my feet feel better. Will you look after this for me?
Spyro coming to 2024. That's possible too. It could be 2024 because that's the year of the dragon.
As long as you're here, would you like to help me take out these stubborn Earth Shapers?
Yes.
All right. When I shoot an Earth Shaper with an arrow, you head bash him before he gets back up. Remember, head bash by jumping and then pressing the action button.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think it... Yeah, first try. Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't think it's going to be this year. Now, I want to be surprised that it is this year because there are some cheeky egg tweets that Toys for Bob has been making. You know, there are some cheeky egg tweets, but of course it is Easter, so it just might be just nothing but being cheeky. Okay, Midnight's Code, thank you so much for the $5. I gotta go. I don't want to get fired. Yeah, don't get fired. Please don't get fired on my behalf. Please don't. Do not get fired. Why not the same with Spyro? The reason... So there is a bit of a weird...
We make a great team.
Nice.
Here, I was going to give this to the alchemist, but I'm a bit annoyed at him at the moment.
LFC, yes. So you do have a... You have a point. You do have a point. That I want to acknowledge. Crash released like a couple months before his, you know, released a couple months before his, you know, his anniversary. So why wouldn't Spyro do it this year? And that's fair. That is a fair argument to the statement of they'll probably release Spyro on his 25th anniversary. Here is where that crumbles apart. The reason why that crumbles apart is because if they waited until his actual anniversary, then it would have been too late. And what I mean by too late is that it would have been too late because of the fact that the new consoles were rolling out. And Activision wanted to get the games out before the new consoles launched. So the PS4 and PS, and the Xbox Series and the Xbox One X, right? Or no, the Xbox Series X, sorry. They wanted to get that. They wanted to get the game out before the new consoles launched because typically you don't want your previous gen game coming out when there's next gen titles, right? Because yeah, at its core, Crash Bandicoot 5 is not a next generation game. All right, go lie down, Tiffany. Thank you so much. I appreciate you stopping by. So they wanted to get the game out before then. But if there was no new next gen, I can almost promise you that Crash would have came out. But Activision also has this weird tendency to release one kid-friendly like game per year. One. So you have your Spyros, your Crashes, and then of course, last year was Crash on the Run, but it was planned to be Wumpa League. Now that didn't happen. So the question is what is the kid-friendly game for this year? We don't know. What is the kid-friendly game for this year? Yeah, I meant Crash 4. That's what. If I said Crash 5, I meant Crash 4. Crash 4 should have been released and announced. Should have been announced in December and released in June 2021. In my opinion. That is my honest to goodness opinion. And I talked about this on Thursday. I talked about this on Thursday. The biggest issue that I had with Crash 4 was its marketing. The marketing was awful. It came out at an awkward time. It came out at an awkward point. It had an awkward amount of marketing time. It didn't work out. And I think that they should have bit the bullet and just released the game on PS5, PS4, Switch, Xbox all on day one. And then if they were worried about there being any like cracking of the code on PC, release that at a later date. And I stand by that statement. And I might want to make a video going more into it, right? And that is something that I think should have happened. Like, I'm looking at it now. Another thing that was clearly a problem, which I didn't find it as a problem, but a lot of people found it as a bit of a stark problem, is the fact of the pricing of the game. Now, it's a full price game, and as it should be, but I think a lot of people, there was a big stark shock when the game came out to being full price. That was something that I think a lot of people didn't expect because they saw Insane and CTR being discounted price and Spyro being discounted price. Crash 4 coming out at full price was something that was a bit of a, that's a bit of a shock. Right? A little bit of a step back a little bit, right? A little bit of a oof. That was something that a lot of people really didn't expect. So in my mind, I think that if they were to do a price reduction for the next titles back to that more reduced price, I thought it was fine, but again, a lot of people, the general consumer, didn't, right? Because you have to remember, what sells your games are not the die-hard fans, necessarily. What sells your games is the casuals. It's true, the casual public. And over time, that's where the majority of your sales are going to be. And people are turning around saying, oh, well, Crash fans didn't buy, you know, it's like, oh, Crash fans didn't buy Crash 4. No, I don't think that's true. I think that Crash fans, diehard Crash fans, did buy Crash 4. But as I stated as a story over and over, and I have countless stories out in public, you see, it's easy on Twitter and on YouTube and all that stuff where it's super easy. Hey, Mecca, it is super easy to turn around and be like, hey, I am talking to a bunch of knowledgeable people. It's like, okay, it's super easy to be like, oh yeah, obviously everybody knows that Crash Bandicoot at one point, Crash Insane was assisted funded by Sony. Everybody knows that. No, they don't. No, they don't. A lot of the general public, they don't know that. Most of the general public don't know that. And then people turn around and say, oh, I hate Spyro fact videos that say, oh, did you know that Spyro was green at one point? Most people are like, oh yeah, I knew that Spyro was green at one point. Here's the thing though, is that the general public, if you ask them, they're like, no, I didn't. Right? No, they didn't. You have to realize that the people, you know, the people that sell your games are people that aren't as invested as everyone else is. Some of these people are, right? Yeah, Sony helped fund Insane. That's what got Insane. It wasn't like entirely funded by Sony. It was partially funded by Sony. Sony basically cut a deal with Activision saying, hey, we'll give you a fat stinky check if you make an next Crash title. And they're like, okay. Okay. Sure, we can do that.
Thanks for helping me reach the Great Berry Bush. Now we can eat berries all the time. Here, take this. It's a gift from all of us hippos.
But that's the thing. That's the thing, though, is that people don't realize that, well, these diehard fans aren't necessarily what sell the games. They'll sell the games day one, absolutely. But beyond that, it needs to go beyond that. And how do you go beyond just the diehard fans? Easy. Marketing. Marketing.
My 8 brothers have been trapped in...
Marketing is what sells games. I'm going to tell you the greatest game that's ever done marketing ever. And some of you are going to be very shocked by this. Some of you are going to be like, what? I'm going to tell you the greatest marketing scheme I've ever seen for a video game ever, period. And that was Cyberpunk 2077. Okay? Cyberpunk 2077 had the greatest marketing I've ever seen.
Thanks for freeing us. All I have to give you is this thingy I found. At least it's not a rock.
Now, someone might be like, huh? But Cyberpunk 2077 was a disaster when it released. Leading up to the release, everybody, most people were beyond hype about Cyberpunk 2077. And they haven't even seen the game yet. People were like, I am so hyped for Cyberpunk. Oh, I am so hyped for Cyberpunk. It's like, what's the game about? I have no idea. How do you think they did that? How do you think they got so many people hyped about a game that they didn't even know about? The marketing for that game was superb. Superb. Full of lies and trickery, absolutely. But superb. Absolutely superb. Because it was like, the marketing was fantastic. It was hype. It was exciting. But then the game came out and it was a letdown. So what happens is marketing is what gets the sales initially. And marketing is what grabs the casual audience as well. If you have bad marketing, if you have awful marketing, the diehard fans will pick up the game. But beyond the diehard fans, everyone else will be like, who? Who? What? I have had numerous stories about people not knowing that Crash Bandicoot 4 had not come out yet. Numerous stories. They're like, oh, there's a Crash Bandicoot 4? And it was like, huh. It's like, I didn't know that. And guess what? Yeah, Medieval had the same problem. The marketing for Medieval was awful. Oh, if you thought Crash 4 was bad, the marketing for Medieval was profoundly worse. It was shocking. Like, that was probably one of the worst marketed games in terms of, like, the genres of games that we talk about, remakes of older titles coming back. Hands down, Medieval had the worst. The worst. In terms of the best, I think Insane was up there. I think it would go Insane, Spyro, CTR, Crash 4, and then down here, there's a bunch of titles that I haven't even talked about on the channel, and then down here was Medieval. And it's like, Spyro's was really good for diehard fans. You know what the problem with Spyro was? There weren't trailers. There was 2 trailers. The launch trailer and then right before the game came out trailer. That was it. That's all they had for trailers. For diehard fans, Spyro Reignited 100% was fantastic for diehard fans. But if you weren't a diehard fan, the marketing was okay. The length of time was perfect, but we didn't get enough trailers. We didn't have enough trailers. We didn't had enough presence at... Yeah, and then we made one. Yeah, Mecha and I made a trailer. There was so much footage out there with no new trailer. Everything else was a Twitter post. Exactly. Everything else was a Twitter post. So it was YouTubers like me, Jordan Fringe, Mecha, and a few others, Miharu, Destination Mark, that were coming together and like, hey, take a look. Look at this. Look at this. This is cool. This is my analysis of this. Blah, blah, blah. You can separate the quality. Also, I'm seeing some people saying some things. You can separate the quality of marketing from the quality of the game. You could have a game that's got a Metacritic score of 100 and the marketing be butt. You could have a Metacritic score of 10 and have a marketing be 11 out of 10, right? Marketing is a completely separate job from developing the game, right? That marketing is all on Activision. That's the point of the publisher. The publisher is supposed to fund the game and then market the game. Right? And the marketing that Activision gave for Spyro, for all the other ones, it was just not great. CTR's marketing was really good. CTR's marketing was really good. There were multiple trailers showing off multiple things, showing off multiple features. First, there was the first trailer was obviously the launch trailer, right? So you had the launch trailer, okay? Then there was the Nitro Kart trailer. Then there was the customization trailer, and then there was the Grand Prix trailer, and then there was the launch trailer. There was like 5 trailers for CTR. 5 trailers for CTR. And it worked. CTR was the best-selling Crash game, the fastest-selling Crash game in its opening week by any other Crash game in history, including the original. Including the original trilogy. Even the original Naughty Dog trilogy. That in itself should be the yardstick and an example to Activision as to how to market the game. They did it right with CTR. So probably maybe toss it between Insane and CTR, because Insane was just bouncing off the fact of crashes back, crashes back, crashes back, crashes back. And it was the first game in a while that did what that did. Yeah, and then it won an award. Yeah, it won a game award. The first Crash game to win a game award. So, suffice to say, hey, you know what? Crash did great. CTR did fantastic. Marketing is so important when it comes to games. It's so important. Harper Onions donated £5. I like how poopy movies have been seen. You've seen a trailer sold it to you. It's like how many garbage movies have you seen because a trailer sold it to you. Exactly. They only show the good bits. Yeah, exactly. They show the best bits.
A bunch of rotten thieves.
They show the best bits in the trailers. They sell you to go see the movie, and then you found out that all the best bits were in the trailer. Right? And it's like, oh, that's pretty lame. And that happens a lot. It happens a lot. The whole point of the marketing team is to interest you into their product, not the quality of the product. That's the thing. Right? That's the biggest thing, is that the marketing team is not responsible for the quality of the product. And that's why I turn around and when someone's like, oh, you know, did Crash 4 fail? Well, I can't even concisely say if Crash 4 had bad sales because we haven't had hard numbers. We had hard numbers from the UK. That was it. We have no hard numbers for America. We have no hard numbers for overseas, other than the UK. Everywhere else, we have no idea. That's it. We literally had one set of numbers from the UK that were solid, and then the rest was just like, eh. Absolutely, No Way Home was an example of fantastic marketing. No Way Home was a fantastic example of marketing. Absolutely fantastic. An absolute fantastic example of marketing. No Way Home. They did a that was, and yeah, absolutely. Marvel already has some pretty good marketing to begin with. They already have a fantastic marketing team, and then they turn around and they're like, "Hey, let's slingshot these leaks and these rumors into something." But you don't think that they knew what they were doing when they were leaking stuff? There was stuff leaked left, right, and center. There was a raw shot from No Way Home posted online. When have you ever seen that? A blue screened raw, and I mean raw shot of a literal shot from a AAA film. Okay? You can't tell me that that wasn't intentional. You can't. You can't tell me that that wasn't intentional. That just some random shot from the movie got leaked, perfect as was. And then someone posting a video debunking it. That, like, what? 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 Come on, man. Come on, man. Like, that's the biggest load of malarkey I've ever seen. Where just a raw shot from the movie just comes out. And then someone comes along and fake debunks it. And then makes everyone argue online. Come on. The marketing for that movie was fantastic and was on another level. right? Because even if you weren't a fan of, like, the current state of Spider-Man, you're like, okay, I gotta go see it now because, you know, I'm not gonna say it because I don't want to spoil the movie, but, like, I think most people have seen it, but still, I'm not gonna spoil it. It's like, come on, man. Like, it's free marketing. Exactly. You just let people's hype run off with it. But Crash 4, it was just, the marketing wasn't great for it. It wasn't. It didn't help that it was leaked as well. It was leaked by, you know, I did a little bit of investigating myself when all that stuff started to leak. And I know where it leaked from. I know where it leaked from. Or at least an idea of where it leaked from when all those leaks started to drop. And yeah, it was embarrassing to see. It really was. It was embarrassing. Oof. And I'm wondering if maybe Activision, for some reason, turns around and blames the game being leaked as part of the reason why the sales didn't do well. Because the images that leaked were just, like, awful. Like, they were low quality. They were awful. Shoot. The images that leaked before Crash 4 came out were just low quality. They were terrible. They were awful. And it was just not good. And then a lot of people made predetermined judgments on Crash because of that. They made a bunch of predetermined judgments on Crash 4 right when it came out. And then the Thailand ratings board leaked it too. I mean, it, like, that game started poking out on Crash 4 so fast it was insane. And it made me mad. It made me really mad. It made me mad. It did. There's one thing to have something small leaked and teased. It's one thing. It's another. And then you have leakers, prominent leakers coming up and saying stuff to generate hype like that. Absolutely. But when it's like actual images from the screen, from like the trailer and all that stuff start leaking out, it starts getting to a point where it's not cool anymore. Where it's like, come on, man. What happened? What happened? Ah. And it can be frustrating too for some people. It can be frustrating. Because, you know, looking on the other side of the point of view of, like, I want you guys to think for a second. Just put yourself in Toys for Bob's shoes for a second. I want you to think. Imagine that you have been working on this game for, we'll say, 3 years. Right? Oh, no, I'm not comparing, Mag, I think it's kind of wrong to compare Marvel movies and Crash and the Spyro game. No, I'm not comparing. I'm just saying that an example of marketing, of good marketing, period, was the, a good example of marketing in general, period, was No Way Home. Now, I'm not saying that Spyro and Crash should mimic that. Absolutely not. But what I'm saying is that what they did was smart. How they marketed it was good. It was done well. But, unfortunately, Crash 4 was not. But worse than that was Medieval. Big fans of Medieval didn't even know the game was coming back. Like, the way they marketed it was not good. Oof, there we go. Elden Ring is another really good example. Elden Ring was another really good example of great marketing, right? They didn't say much about it, but they announced it, and then they kept quiet about it. But with Elden Ring, it's a FromSoft game, so a lot of people like the Dark Souls games, right? Not to mention Demon Souls. The remake of Demon Souls probably also helped market that game very well, because it was the same concept of a game, but, remade for, the PS5. So, Demon Souls probably also helped market that game like crazy. Because people were like, wow, I got a PS5, I don't got a lot of games to choose from, let me pick up this game. They pick up Demon Souls, and they're like, wow, this game is awesome. And it's like, hey, this game, Elden Ring, is just like it, but written by George R.R. Martin, who did Game of Thrones. Which people obviously love, right? So the marketing for Elden Ring was good. The hype for Elden Ring was high. But again, I am not one that's a fan of short advertising cycles. I don't like it. I don't like it. Because a game should be able to... Okay, I'm going to put this in a weird way, okay? Coffee lovers. If you brew coffee, if you take hot water and literally pour it into the beans and then literally then get the water out immediately, how's that coffee going to taste? It's going to taste like nothing. It's going to be like, oh, this is really light. I can barely taste it. It's not great. But what happens when you let the coffee sit for too long? It gets bitter, it gets strong, it gets gross. It's like, oh, I don't like this. There is a certain amount of time that coffee should be brewed. And that's the exact same way to think of for marketing. And marketing anything. There's a time, the best time window to market games. There's a certain time window to market games. Because if you wait too long, people start getting like, oh, I'm so not hyped about this game anymore. Oh, I heard about it and I don't care. I really don't care anymore because we waited so long for it. My favorite example was, there was two, was Deathloop and Watch Dogs 3. Deathloop and Watch Dogs 3. Oh, the marketing for those games. It was like every showing they'd show off something new with that game, and it was the same jokes, the same concept with nothing new added, and it was just awful. Now, turned out Deathloop was a pretty good game, apparently. And Watch Dogs 3, I didn't hear much about it. In terms of, like, actually, let me look that up. I want to know. Let me look this up. I'm very curious. Very, very curious about this. Hey, Travis, how's it going? What was I going to type in? It was, Watch Dogs. Was it, or Watch Dogs Legion? That's what it was, right? Legion? Yeah. Yeah, it was Watch Dogs Legion. That's what I was referring to. 66. PS4, 70. 66. 76 on Xbox One. Series X, 74. So it did like a high 60 when you average everything out. High 60, low 70. Right? And I'm looking at the reviews, and it's like 4 reviews. 4 reviews 4 reviews on the Xbox One Series X. 4 critic reviews. No, me and Jordan Fringe had the exact opinion, the same opinion. It was so based on 46 reviews for PC, that's a 72. Based on 4 for the PS5, it's a 66. 35. So this game is humming at about a low 70. A low 70, right? And that game was marketed for years. And I mean years. And it was so annoying where every single game showing we'd hear about Watch Dogs Legion, Watch Dogs Legion, Watch Dogs Legion. Oh my gosh. And the same joke. You can be a granny who kicks butt. And it's like a granny beating someone with a cane. It was the same joke. Every trailer.
Spyro, so glad you're here.
You could be anybody.
Perfectly useless without my trusty pencil, and I seem to have lost.
And it was like, it was awful. It was awful. It was so boring. And then same Deathloop again. But Deathloop did well. Metroid Prime was a little bit different because they canceled the production of it. So, I mean, yes, they announced it way too early. And then the reason why they're staying quiet on it, they're staying quiet on it because they don't want to announce it too early again and for it to be, well, too long. I think the next time they announce 4, they'll announce 4 when there's an actual solidified release date, and it'll be within like months, not years. It'll be like Metroid Prime 4, and we'll have a hard trailer. It'll be like 6 or 7 months from when they announce it, right? But yeah, think marketing as brewing coffee. What? Howling Wolf! Howling Wolf just donated $79.21 through Streamlabs. Howling Wolf, thank you. Game marketing is something companies need to pay more attention to because that can make or break a game. Absolutely. Not much point of making it if no one knows it's there. 100% correct, Howling Wolf. Thank you. I am full agreeance. Full agreeance. Thank you so much for the $79.21. That is incredible. Thank you. Thank you so much, Howling Wolf. That's so kind of you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Howling Wolf. Ah, my heart. Thank you. You're amazing. But it is true. Think of marketing as brewing coffee, right? You brew coffee too long, it gets bitter, and people are like, yuck, that's gross. Oh, hold on. Let's switch back over here. There we go. Right? Coffee gets bitter and gross as you, like, the longer you brew it. And then it's weak and disgusting if you don't brew it long enough. There is a perfect amount of time to brew something before you enjoy the product, right? And there's also an experience to brewing coffee. There's the smell, there's the sounds, there's all of these things, right? Right? There's this experience to brewing coffee, right? There's the smell in the morning, and there's all these things, and that's all included with the brew. Thank you so much, Harper Onions, for the $5. You gotta remember, games with long dev cycles often succumb to feature creep, not healthy for employees. That's also true as well. You gotta be careful with that. You gotta be careful. You don't want too long of a dev cycle. Thank you so much, Harper, for the £5. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, you don't want excessively long development cycles. You want, I would say 3 years is healthy. 3 years is healthy. 1 year of like pre-production and locking what the game is down. 1 solid year of getting the game built 6 months of locking in what the content's going to be, and then another 6 months of tightening it up and cleaning up the code and getting it ready, right? 6 months to 8 months to a year, right? A year of cleanup. You can have up to a year of cleanup or 6 months of cleanup, right? To make sure everything's running fine. QA is able to do everything. Also depends on... hey, thank you so much for subbing. Thank you so much for subbing at Tier 1 over on Twitch, Storminator 2K. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much. 5 years is probably the max you want to go, depending on the size of the game. 5 years is typically the max you want to go, and the reason why you only want to go that much is because you're almost skipping an entire generation of games. So by the time the technology you're working on, by the time the game comes out, the technology would be moved on, right? So to give you an idea, we probably won't be seeing any Unreal 5. Hey! Lozzie just donated $15.79 through Streamlabs. Thank you. Ignore me. Just coming in to fix this bar. Hashtag Team Even. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Lozzie. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $15.79. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. We are now $400 away from filling up the bonus bar. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Lozzie. Thank you, thank you, thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Golly, looks like I let the fountain switch off.
You know, on Twitter, you know me as Camilos the Dragon. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, yeah. I've seen you around. How you doing, Storminator 2K? Thank you so much. But yeah, no, it's... it depends on the scale of the game, right? It depends on the scale of the game, and it depends on how many employees you have, depends on the funding, all these things. But typically 5 years is a long time to develop a game because the technology that you're working on is going to... So, for example, let's say... Okay. Okay, so let me explain something in terms of, like, development time. Unreal Engine 5 just released to the public, okay? And I think it was released to the devs... Let's say it was released to the devs... I think it was a year ago? It might be 6 months? I can't remember. I can't remember when Unreal 5 officially went to developers. And not just public. I can't remember. If anyone does remember, please shout it out in chat, because I don't recall when companies started to get their hands on it. So anyway, the big thing is that you don't want to start developing on old technology so far in that when the new technology comes out and people expect the quality of the games to be that high for you to still be on Unreal Engine 4. So for example, if let's say you have 5 years of development, right? 5 years of dev time. And let's say you started 2 years ago. That means you got another 3 years. If Unreal Engine 5 just was released to the public 3 years from now, and you release, and then you release it, okay? It's going to be on old tech. It's going to be on older tech. And people are going to be like, hey, this is Unreal 4. Why isn't this on Unreal 5? Unreal 5 has been out for 3 years. Even though you've already got the meat and potatoes of the game done in 2 years. Now, some can say, why don't they just migrate from Unreal 4 to Unreal 5? They could, but that might increase development time. We don't know. We don't know what open source code they've put into the game. We don't know. We don't know what's going on with all that. We don't know. We have no clue as to how much it would if it would break something.
Howdy, Spyro. These here pests
Right?
infested our farm.
It's not as easy as just, oh, just right-click an open project in new Unreal, and hey, would you look at that? Everything's fine. No, there's going to be compatibility issues that you have to work out. That could take upwards to a year to sort out. There could be programming and codes that you programmed that interfere with Unreal Engine 5 that you put in Unreal Engine 4, right? You don't know. You can't just go, oh, we just opened it in Unreal 5 and it's fine now. No, that's not how that works. So you don't want to have a super long dev time, because then technology moves on and gets better and you're working on old tech. But you also don't want too short of dev time because it crunches the employees. It's all about balance, you know? Or you could work on a proprietary engine, which is your own engine, which you can build on as the project gets tougher. But then you gotta hire people to build that, right? You gotta hire people to build that. You gotta have people enough smarts to build that. And then not just that, you have to teach every employee that's hired now by your company on this proprietary technology. So, like, there is so much legal legwork. Oh, absolutely, hotshot. Absolutely. I think most sane people are against crunch. I know that there's some people that made a post that was like, "Oh, crunch is good," and I'm like, "Yeah, I've lived through crunch. I have." There's crunch not just in the video game industry. There's crunch in the movie industry. There's crunch in the animation industry. That crunch exists, and I lived through it. Right? And it's not good. And you have to account for mistakes and mishaps with development. Exactly. Producers, a lot of bad producers don't actually account for that. They don't account for, like, hey, everything melted down. We need to start from square one, or start from, like, we lost 3 weeks of work. Or this issue set us behind 3 weeks. That happens. That happens a lot. People get sick. People get sick. People get, people have life-changing moments that delay their work. And then when one person's delayed, it delays everything else. A bad producer is what bad producers cause crunch. If people don't know, I'm going to quickly explain something else where I learned, like, the company I worked for when I was doing animation, and the companies and some of the video game companies and how that all works. I'm going to, like, briefly explain as to how crunch happens. Okay? And how it happens. I'll explain this. You have a producer, okay? You have director and producer, okay? The director is the one with the imagination and the one that says, I want this, I want it to look like this, I want it to function like this is my vision, and this is how I'm going to direct everybody, okay? That's the director. The producer's job is to go to the director and say, okay, how can I achieve this with the funding that I have, and tell the director what they can and can't have with the people who are supplying the money. Right? So, for example, you have a producer, and they're like, okay, it's the producer's job to turn to the people funding the project and ask for money and time. So, let me give you an example. Let's use Spyro as an example, okay? let's use Spyro as an example. Toys for Bob wants to make Spyro 4. They want to, and they want to so badly. Okay, so you know what they do? They come up with this pitch. They come up with this idea. They come up with all these things. They bring the pitch to the producer. The director goes to the producer and says, hey, I want to make Spyro 4. So the producer says, okay, do you have a pitch ready? They say, yes. Okay. The producer looks at the pitch and they look at what they want to do. And they talk with the director and they're like, how long do you think this is going to take? Can you do this? What are we going to be doing? And get as much information as possible. They flesh out all the information as much as possible. And then the big thing comes along. They're like, how many people do we need to do this job, to do this game, to do Spyro 4? We need 200 people. Okay, how many do we have hired right now? We have 160. Okay, so we need to hire 40 more people. What are their jobs? What are their salaries? How important are they? Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Then the producer comes up with a price as to how much the project will cost to make. So then the director and the producer get together and they figure that out, and then they bring the pitch to the production company, i.e. Activision. So they go to the board of directors and they're like, hey, guess what? Here is our pitch for Spyro 4. Here's how many people we have to hire. Here's how many companies we have to hire. Here's how much the project is going to cost. And this is how long it's going to take. Activision sits back, they look at their schedule, they look at their funding, they look at their money, and they think of, will this project be worth our money? Then they might counter back and say, okay, how about this? You're saying to make Spyro, it's going to make $2 million, to make Spyro 4, it's going to cost you $3 million. We want you to make it with $2.5 million. So then the producer and the director take a step back and think, okay, should we try to counter offer? Should we try to say yes and figure it out later? Or tell them we're firm on $3 million? It's up to the producer to negotiate that. Now the producer might turn to the director and say, hey, can we do something to save $500,000? And they can turn around and say, okay, maybe we can shorten development time, or maybe we can drop this mechanic because it'll cost this much to make that mechanic, so we can drop that and that'll bring it down, or whatever. Or it's up to the producer to figure that out. Then they counteroffer, the production company says da-da-da-da-da, they shake hands and they say, okay, the project is greenlit. And they say, no, the project is not greenlit. We're not happy with this plan, pitch, whatever. Okay. So that is how the producer works. And then as the game gets developed, the producer is talking to the director and everybody else saying, hey, are we on schedule? What's going on? Are we behind? Do you have this mechanic done? Do you have this done? Do you have this done? Do you have this? And the producer is the one checking in the scheduling and making sure that everything is ready, and needs to foresee if there's a problem to talk to the director to figure out what to do to fix said problem. Here is what happens, though, when it comes to crunch. Here's what happens when it comes to crunch. The director approaches the producer. They figure out how much it's going to be. They say, okay, this project is going to cost $2 million. Activision turns around and says, we'll do it for $1 million. And the producer goes, deal. And the director is sitting here like, okay, we're making the game, but at half the price. We said it was going to cost the company $2 million, and Activision countered with $1 million, and you said yes. How are we supposed to do this? So now the development company, Toys for Bob, now has agreed to the pitch that they pitched at half the price. So what has to happen for people not to lose their jobs, for people not to lose their minds, and for the studio to stay afloat, and for the project not to fail? People need to put in unpaid work hours to be able to make up for the money that the producer didn't evaluate right. Or a producer will be like, we could get this done in a year, 2 years. when in reality it requires a year, 2.5 years, and the producer's like, we gotta make it enticing. We gotta make it enticing to Activision, or they won't ship it. So you know what? Let's make it enticing and make it so that they'll want to bite and, you know, go for it, right? A good producer knows how to balance between who they're working for, who the director is, what they need to get done, and how long it's going to take. And you can have a producer say, like, you know what? This pitch is awesome. Activision's not going to go for it because it's too much. We need to reduce the size of this project and the cost so that Activision approves it, right? That could be a good producer. That is a good producer, or could be a bad producer. A bad producer could be like, yeah, man, this game sounds awesome. They'll approve of it. And then the producer's like, hey, you know what? For this project, it only took us, you know, this similar project, it took us 3 years. So we'll say 3 years again. But then they don't realize the project's bigger, there's more issues, there's more people, there's more money, and they say, we'll do it in a similar amount of time, and then they realize, oh no, there's a problem here. And that's the thing, is that, like, it all bundles up to and summarizes to bad producers who are... That's where it starts. That's where the buck starts, is the producer. If the producer doesn't balance it right... See you later, Stormy. If the producer doesn't balance the budget, expectations, and everything right, it causes crunch. That's where the snowball starts. Now, you could have an awesome producer and still have crunch. It's possible. But that would be then, okay, what's going on with the director? What's going on there? But 99 times out of 100... 99 times out of 100... You ever share mishaps, though mine is more of a hobby and I pay commissions to go for it. Yeah, see? That's how it starts. Right? Well, unfortunately, because Activision is a publicly funded company, investors don't want that. Right? See you there, Nix. Take care. Investors don't want that. Investors want their return. Investors want their money back. It's all publicly funded. Remind me to send you the business cats on TikTok so you love them. Awesome. And that's the big thing about, like, when it comes to crunch. Why does it happen, right? And why it happens and why it just absolutely ruins people's mental health is because a producer is trying to balance, but then there's a feather in the cap of the producer to the production company, and because a producer can bounce between different projects, right? If a producer gets a feather in their cap, like, yeah, I got Crash approved, I got God of War approved, I got Spyro approved, I got this approved, I got that approved, I presented it to the funding and they all approved it, they start getting like, okay, we want to hire that producer because they're good at negotiating with companies to be able to afford that. Right? So that's why some producers are just like, you know what? Just approve it. Just get it approved and get it done. Right? It's not good. Also hoping for a new Sly Cooper so I can watch all your coverage on it. Keep up the good work, CG. Thank you so much, League. I appreciate that. Yes, so I'm hoping for a new Sly Cooper as well. I definitely would be covering everything about that. Everything about Sly Cooper. I've been talking about Sly Cooper quite a bit recently too. And I have a bunch of ideas. Recently, it's just been... Life has been really chaotic that I haven't been able to produce as many videos as I'd like to say. As I'd like. For me, typically, I like getting 2 videos out a week. And this month, I might have gotten 2 or 3 out in total. And then we're going to have a bunch of vlogs. I want to do more content, do more videos, do more stuff like that. I just haven't had the time. The time has just not been there, unfortunately. Sly would be a really cool game to see come back, and I think would be really effective in today's environment, right? Because here's the big thing. Okay. Okay. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Now, some people might be like, everyone's going to be like a little bit confused by this, but I'm going to say it, and you know what? It's true, okay? Here's the... What is going on? Okay. What is happening? Okay, so it's back. Okay. So it looks like we're back over on YouTube. Oh boy. Goodness me. YouTube just being YouTube, man. YouTube just being the high quality streaming service that it is. Fantastic. Love it. Absolutely love it. People are just so, man, it's awesome. 11 out of 10. So good. Love when YouTube just absolutely just, you know, poops the bed. Just give everyone a second to come back. Hopefully YouTube is back. Okay, good. YouTube seems to be back. Yeah, because I'm looking at my output on my stream. Like, take a look here. I'm looking at my performance metrics here. You can take a look. If it'll pop up here for a second. See, 0 drop frames. Right? There's no drop frames. 60 frames. Stream quality is good. No drop frames at all. That's a YouTube issue, which is awesome because it's not important at all, you know. So, it cut out right when I went to talk about why I think Sly Cooper would do well. Oh, is someone calling me? Okay, just. Yeah, it's definitely a YouTube issue. Yeah, it's not on my end. It's working now. Okay, good. Or at least it's not a YouTube issue, as in like or it's not. If it's a Streamlabs issue, it's a Streamlabs issue that I have no control over. Like, it's not my internet, at least. Okay, so what was I saying? Yes. So the reason why I think Sly Cooper is going to do very well in today's era is that there has been an increased interest in anthropomorphic animals as a style in general now. For the past about decade, there's been an increased interest. So everything from movies like Zootopia, a new movie coming out, Bad Guys, even Sing, you know, all these movies are coming back as not just Disney, oh, look at me, I'm Robin Hood, right? You know, look at me, I'm Robin Hood. No, it's like, no, it's more, it's, while, yes, it can be considered as a kid's film, it's more adult-friendly as well. So the big thing is that there's been a rising interest in this genre of content. And the thing is that Sly Cooper literally slides in to that content perfectly. It's literally perfect, right? You could even argue that like Sly Cooper is the modern interpretation of the Disney of the Disney Robin Hood, right? You know, stealing a gang, you know, etc., etc. You could even make that argument in that debate, right? Or that using that as a big draw and big inspiration. So as the popularity of anthropomorphic animals continue to grow, then that would mean that Sly Cooper is going to pique the interest of newer fans to this genre. So what's going to happen is that it's going to come back as a marketing thing. It's brilliant. Marketing of Crash and Spyro, right? You can reflect off the marketing of Crash, Spyro, and any other remake that's, again, I don't keep that. There we go. So they're going to be able to bounce off of the success of regular remasters, the increased interest in anthropomorphic animals. Are you serious? Stream died again? There's no way. Doing it again? Really? Are you kidding me? Again, if it's starting to really die, just everyone migrate over to Twitch. Or refresh. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out from there. Anyways. It's working for me. Okay. So anyway, the point is that anthropomorphic animals are becoming a lot more popular than they used to. And with Sly Cooper literally catering to that genre perfectly, and being able to literally market off of the remake concept, right? You're going to get a really interesting, diverse group of people that are going to be interested in playing this new Sly Cooper. It also being a platformer is going to hit to a bunch of niche fans, to a bunch of people, and I think overall, I think that in today's marketing genre, easy to market Sly Cooper. Easy. Spiraled my jam. Hey Lex, how's it going? It would be so easy to market Sly Cooper. It would be insane. And I almost want to get like a business. I almost want to get into marketing sometimes. Because I have these ideas for marketing that just I feel like would work really well. But then I would have to walk away from YouTube. Right? Because here's the problem. Some people think, hey, why don't you do another job and YouTube on the side? Because here's the problem. Here's the biggest problem, is that there's a conflict of interest there. So let's say Activision hired me for anything. Let's say Activision hired me for, I don't know, something. I couldn't talk about Crash or Spyro on the channel. I couldn't anymore because that's a conflict of interest. In fact, there would be a whole bunch of other possible conflicts of interest. So maybe let's say another conflict of interest could possibly be like, oh, you're working on a Spyro game. That's cool. Oh, is it in the Unreal Engine? Well, if you talk about any game other game that's developed in the Unreal Engine, you could have knowledge about it. You could. And you can't talk about it. So that it's a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword to turn around and be like, yeah, I'll go full-time with other, things in the video game industry. Problem is that, well, then I can't talk about too many video games on my YouTube channel because there's conflicts of interest. And those conflicts of interest can get me in trouble. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't like the idea of getting in trouble by a multi-million-dollar companies. You know what I mean? I prefer to keep my nose clean when it comes to that kind of stuff. But it's unfortunate because, well, I can't talk about it, right? Or I can't get a job in it. So, like, yeah, man, it'd be so cool for me to be able to get a marketing job. But if I get a marketing job, I might kiss my career for YouTube goodbye. I didn't play too much Rayman as a kid. The only Rayman that I played thoroughly, I played a little bit of Rayman 2. Not a significant amount to have an opinion. But I played Rayman Legends, which is like the most farmed Rayman game. And I enjoyed Rayman Legends. Me and my wife, we played it together. We really enjoyed it together as a couch co-op game. But in terms of like beyond that, I wouldn't say I have a great opinion on Rayman because I don't have enough experience with it, unfortunately. I guess video game economics? Yeah, I guess I am explaining video game economics, I suppose. I'm using my experience in the animation industry to explain another industry that has animation in it. That's also true. I kind of do a bit of a marketing job as a content creator, right? You know, so I kind of am doing a bit of a marketing job, in a sense. I just don't get paid by Activision. I get paid by basically Google, who I'm not too fond of, but it is what it is. Can't, you know, can't help with that. Which Spyro is this one? This is Spyro 2. And we should have enough time to be able to start Spyro 3. I think. I think. We won't do Dragon Shores, though. I kind of just want to rip onto Spyro 3. There we go. We won't do...
With all the budget cuts, these elevators need serious work. See, this one here is stuck. I expect it will start working again if you just give it a good whack, though.
But I would love, like, the one thing that I would love is if I could do, like, a guest voice in a Spyro or Crash game. Like, the game isn't already announced, everyone knows about it, and then, you know, Activision calls me up and it's like, hey, we want you to do, like, a little Easter egg voice in you know, in the next game. Send us a recording saying these lines. We won't tell you what else, you know, we won't tell you what else is going to be going on with those lines, or give you very little details in terms of context, but you'll find out when, you know, you get the game. And I'd be like, sure, absolutely. Like, that would be an honor. That would be so cool. But again, that might be conflict of interest, but I don't know. I think, like, I would love to be able to do something like that. That would be so much fun. You know, the devs overall at Toys for Bob and Beanox, they're absolute just sweethearts and absolutely amazing. To be in a game at all. Wanted to do marketing and quit YouTube, we'd be just incredibly sad. Yeah, but you see, I wouldn't want to quit YouTube. I love my job as a YouTuber because the big thing about it is that I get to spend more time with my family.
As you can see,
right?
A vicious ox has taken over our armory. And here we thought that freezing the walkway would keep animals out. The ox is very tough. I would advise using the bombs against it. And
so, like, I get to well, first off, the another big thing that I absolutely adore is having viewers like you guys. All of you. You are all beyond kind, and hearing some of your stories and seeing some of your work, you know, this community has really come together and really bolstered and really be a personal community. It really has, right? It really has been a personal community that has come together, and it is absolutely just amazing to be, you know, it's just absolutely amazing to be able to be together. And I've put so much work and hours into creating this community.
We can now defend our city properly.
It's
Take this visually pleasing reward.
it would be heartbreaking for me to walk away from it. It would be. It'd be shattering for me to walk away from it. I couldn't. How could I? You know, the positivity here, you know, sometimes I could have the worst week and it's literally you guys that make my day, that make my week, right? All right, this community is surrounded by such beautiful people, right? And that's why I stress so much about getting content out and producing videos, because I don't want this community to die. I don't want this community to go away, right? This community is so kind and generous. I couldn't stand to see it go away, right? And no, is it as big as some of these other communities? No, but I don't care about the size. I don't care. I really don't. I really don't care about the size of the community. It's the people that's within it, right? It's the people that's within it. It's the people that, you know, wake up each day and be able to talk with each other, and the friendships that have been built, and there are channels that have started while they were in this community, and friends of this community have gone over and visited that channel, and they're mods over there, they're friends with each other, and they're starting to build, right? There are YouTubers now that started, you know, when they didn't have a YouTube channel, they started being in this community, and now they have a YouTube channel, and they have viewers, and they have their own fan bases and their own viewerships, and you know, they always pop by and they're always like, hey, this is awesome, this is amazing, right?
Spyro, I heard you were coming. Thank you for your efforts.
Oh, thank you, Electro. Thank you. Hey, Baxo, how's it going?
Which living creatures seem to like.
Yeah, it's about the quality of the fan base. It's the quality of the wholesomeness, and is my content going to inspire anybody? Or is my content going to be for everybody? No. My content isn't for everybody. It's not. Right? It's not for everybody. Right? There are some communities that thrive in toxicity, and that's their community. That's it. Right? The community is to troll the creator, right? And that's literally the community. Eh? Yeah, we do have a Discord server. We do. And there are some communities where it's just the whole thing is based around screaming at each other. And again, that's not this community. That's not, right? That's not this community. This community is about positivity and being excited for things. That's a big thing that I think a lot of people forget. Is that a big thing about this community is that we're positive and we want to be excited for things. We want to be excited, right? We're not sitting here a bunch of negative Nellies debunking people because we want to make other people feel misery. We want to be excited for something, right? And we want to be excited together, right? That's the big thing. The late night talks, the staying up in Discord till 2 a.m., the up streaming for hours on end, right?
Nice flying, airman.
That's what this community is.
Here, keep this.
And then everyone's kind and generous, and everyone is generous with their time, and there are people that just dedicate so much to this community, and I am grateful for it and thankful. Right? We have support. We have support that, like, I've seen, you know, channels with hundreds of thousands of subscribers don't have. Right? Because some people, they care about just the numbers. They just see everything as a number. It's a number. It's how many subs do I have. That's it. It's how many subs do I have. But they're forgetting something else. They're forgetting how much support do they have. There's a difference between being a subscriber and being a supporter. There's a difference. There's a big difference. You can subscribe to someone in content, you like their content, and you support them in that way. But man, this community has so much support for not just me, but for each other. For each other. And that's where it goes beyond what, you know, it goes beyond what a typical community does. Not just support for the creator, but the support for each other. So And I'm grateful to see that. I'm so grateful to see that. It means the world to me. Sorry for being all mushy and gushy. I'm not going to be able to see you guys for a while, though. Because I'm going to be, after this, I'm going to be gone for almost 2.5 weeks. So I won't be, and then next time you see me go live, unless it's at, like, PAX, and let's say I can go live at PAX, next time you see me, we're going to be in the new office. Like, this is the last time you're going to see this office. Let that sink in for a second. What you're seeing now, this is the last time you're seeing this office. And next time you see me live, it's going to be at the new office. Like, next time you see me see I'd be married. Oh boy! Next time you're on, you're going to be a Mrs. Question: what are travel restrictions from Canada to USA right now? So going into the US, it's like nothing. It's bring your passport, because getting into America is just based on the American regulations, right? Coming back to Canada is based on the Canadian regulations. So crossing over, it's, hey, make sure you're double vaxxed and you have your passport, which I am, and do have. Then, to get back into Canada, it's a little bit more difficult. You need to, before they just recently changed it, thank goodness, because before it was that you needed to have a negative COVID test done by a healthcare professional, which is a little ridiculous because, well, that would mean that we would have to go and pay for it to get back into our own country. So there's that, and then also, but that they removed that, and now it's and then from there it's now, there's an app that you have to fill out. So there's called ArriveCan, where you have to they ask you a bunch of questions, and then it tells you whether or not you need to quarantine for 2 weeks or not. And then when you come back to Canada, you show your passport, you show your vaccine papers, and then you show your app on your phone of where it might ask, where have you been? Have you come in contact with a confirmed case of COVID? How many blah, blah, blah. And then it will tell you how long you need to quarantine for. But that was before. It's an old app that they're still using, that they're saying you don't have to listen to anymore, which is ridiculous. They're like, we don't have enough time or anything to go and fix it, so we're just going to leave it as is and call it a day. And I think that's profoundly hilarious and silly. But whatever. It is what it is. They're just like, yeah, fill it out. As long as you don't have COVID, you don't have to quarantine. It's like, okay, cool. Even though the app might say different. That might say, hey, because you were in a highly densely place, you need to quarantine and get a COVID test for at least 5 days. And it's like, no, you don't have to listen to that. So it's like, cool. Awesome. Government Canada funding everybody. 11 out of 10. Beautiful. Canyon Speedway. Come on. So my biggest criticism about, just a random thought that came to mind. I remember someone asking me about this. Random criticism I have about Spyro 2. I love Spyro 2, but the Autumn Plains homeworld is too long. Way too long. And the Autumn Plains homeworld is way too big, way too long. I love the visuals of Autumn Plains. Absolutely adore the visuals of Autumn Plains. But I think there needed to be a fourth homeworld to kind of break it up, and another boss. So, you know, add a boss. So adding a boss. I don't think I can make it. Maybe I will? I don't know. So add a boss, add a homeworld, and then I think Spyro 2 would be absolutely just perfect. But... oh no, I don't think I'm going to make it. Yep, I really botched that. Yeah, exactly, you know, because that was my profile. Yeah, exactly. I wasn't even there for a minute, but here I feel accepted. Absolutely. It's... here, it's whatever, man. Like, you want to have a wolf as a profile picture? Go ahead. You love it. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with having a wolf as a profile picture. Nothing wrong with it. You know, anybody that would turn around and make fun of you for it is just not a nice person. And not someone you really want to have in your life. Like, let's be real here. If a community is making fun of you for what you have on your profile picture, come on now. That's silly. For anybody to do that is pretty ridiculous, if you ask me. And there have been a couple people that try to come in here and try to make fun of people's profile pictures, and we shut them down. We don't let that go. We're like, nope, nope, we're not going to let that slide. We're not going to let that be a thing. No, thank you. Right? It's like, no, we're not going to let that be a thing. That's not a thing that we allow around here. 'Cause that's not cool. Be yourself. You know, the basic rules around here is just like, hey, just like the basic fundamental rules is like, don't swear like a sailor and don't be mean. Right? I mean, there's other little rules as well that we talk about, right? But like the main rules, if you had to boil it down to 2, is don't swear like a sailor, because you can be nice and swear like a sailor, right? Me to ask this, but is your Discord server Patrons only, or can anyone join? Anybody can join it. Anyone can join. I don't like the idea of putting stuff behind a paywall, like, you know, Patreon stuff. I don't do that. It's just, you know, it's Blue Raven from YouTube. Awesome. Blue Raven. Star 15, I see that you're modding over on Twitch. Could you do me a favor and actually throw a Discord link over on the Twitch channel for anyone over on Twitch that wants to join? I would really appreciate that, Star 15. Really appreciate that if you could do that for me.
All right, Spyro. Are you ready to try out my plane? I just fixed it, and I'm pretty sure...
Perfect. Thank you so much. I see you just posted on the Discord. Thank you so much, Star 15. You're awesome.
Okay, Spyro. Here's what you gotta do. I've got the plane on remote control, so all you have to do is hit
I went
the
to do it
targets with
and
your
it went.
machine
Oh,
gun.
sorry, Lozzie. I didn't know that you were over on. I didn't know that you were over on Twitch. I Ohana. Yeah, Ohana. Exactly. See, I don't like the idea of putting stuff behind Patreon. Like, but I do feel bad because it's like, I wish I could give more to my Patreon supporters. So that's why there's like merch and stuff. But in terms of content, I don't like the idea of putting like, oh, this is a sponsor only Discord, or hey, this is only this is only this kind of Discord, and hey, there's it's just, I don't know, it feels icky, you know. And I wish I could do more to entice people to go through Patreon, but for Patreon, it's purely you get a credit and you support the channel, right? And for some people, that's enough, and that's cool. But it's like, it's really hard to manage beyond that. There we go, done. Don't be rude. No spoilers. Watch your language. Respect everyone. Family friendly. We're all Ohana. There we go. Howling Wolf literally summarized it in one little Twitch, one little YouTube bubble. Don't be rude. No spoilers. Watch your language. Respect everyone. Family friendly. We're all Ohana. Done. Easy. 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 Done. That's the rules. Dem's the rules. Dem's basically the rules. Awesome. Happy to have you, Raven. But yeah, Howling Wolf literally summarized it perfectly. That's basically the rules. There's a few other, like, small little rules, but, like, nothing too, like, brutal. And some people are like, wow, there's so many rules here. It's like, not really. It's just, be nice. Be nice. And you can have civil discussions. Absolutely. Keyword is civil, right?
Alright, Spyro. Now that you've got the orbs, Ripto's...
Here we go. Let's go. Let me double check that I got everything. Let's see. So we got Winter Tundra World, but 100%. 100%. Did I feel like I'm missing one. I think I am. I always miss the one speedway, and that's the this is the speedway I'm missing is the one with the cats and the burglary. But if I go back and do that, we're not going to have enough time to start Spyro 3. So we'll skip it for this playthrough. We'll skip it for this playthrough so we can get into Spyro 3 at least.
Yeah.
Because we only got 45 minutes before we get to Q&R. Metro Speedway and Cloud Temple. Did I miss Cloud Temples? I did miss Cloud Temples. I did. Whoops. There's 2 I missed. Okay, well.
Maybe I can help.
What? You again?
Yep. If you want to test that power crystal, why don't you try it on me? I'll stand still, I promise.
I like that idea. Dragon, you've just sealed your fate.
Let's do it, Ripto. Let's go, buddy.
Spyro,
Nani?
we want to help you fight Ripto. Elora is using the orbs you collected to store power-up energy. Hunter will throw the powered-up orbs to you as they become ready. Even as we speak, the professor is experimenting with new forms of power-up energy, so you'll soon have abilities that no one has ever seen before.
Awesome. Again, everybody, we are coming down. We got 45 minutes before we hit Q&R. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I appreciate everything that you guys have done. We hit our target goal of 1,600, and then we had a bonus goal for like merch and stuff for anyone, anyone that wants to help out with that. But we did hit our goal for PAX East. I really do appreciate that. We are $400 away from finishing the bonus, and we are 45 minutes away from finishing the stream. I deeply appreciate all the love and support that you guys have given me today, and as always, you guys are always amazing, fantastic, and some of the most amazing, generous people that I've ever met, ever, period. And I am so thankful. I am so thankful and appreciative of everything that you guys do. Hunter, stop dropping them beside Ripto, dog. Thank you. Hey, Owen Moore just donated $50 through Super Chat. Thank you. And then Elena donated $2. We love you, Alpha. Wait, aw, thank you. Thank you so much for the $50, Owen. I appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you so much for the $2, Elena. You guys are incredible. Thank you. Thank you so much. No problem, Lex Ruptor. Come on. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much for your kindness and support. Thank you. Ow. Uh-oh. 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 Ruh-roh, Reggie! Heh. No. Oh, that was really funny. I just found it really funny. Yoink. Yeah. Sheepy! Sheepy! I really like this power-up of Spyro. I feel like it goes underappreciated. The green power-up. Oh, come on. No! Whenever Gulp gets like 3 orbs, it hurts a lot. Alright, now time for the Taco Bell bird. Maybe that should have been like the 3rd boss. Eh? The pterodactyl, because where did the pterodactyl come from? A pterodactyl servant, I think, would have been super cool. Right? Because, like, it would make sense that he would have, like maybe there was like a pterodactyl boss planned at one point, and that would be for the new homeworld to make, you know, Spyro 2 be not as long, or not as long, but I mean makes Autumn Plains not as long in 2. The strategy to beat the bird: just keep smashing circle until he dies. And ripperoni pepperoni. Ripto's been defeated. Hey Jen, how's it going?
Hey!
I don't think we could ever thank you enough, Spyro.
Aw.
I suppose you have to go now?
Yeah, I better. They'll be missing me in the Dragon Worlds, and I've still got a vacation to take. I need it more than ever now.
Before you go, I think that Moneybags has something he wants to give you.
I most certainly do not.
Hunter? Spyro, Moneybags is very sorry that he made you pay so much on your way through.
Oh, I'm sure he is.
We want you to keep the gems as a reward for helping us.
Wow, thanks. Sparks, can you grab them?
Let me just type in the new coordinates and there. Spyro, you can now go to Dragon Shores.
Yay!
Hey, why don't you guys come with me? I bet you could use a holiday.
I'm afraid we can't, Spyro. Ripto may be gone, but he caused a lot of damage during his short stay. We'll be cleaning up for weeks. Just remember, though, that you can always get back to Avalar from Dragon Shores if you want to visit.
Well, okay. Come on, Sparks. We got a lot of vacation to catch up on. Yeah.
Alright. Ripto defeated. Now let's get some time into Spyro 3, because I know Spyro 3 is some of people's favorite, one of some people's favorites. So we're gonna go to here. We're super close, but let's hop into Year of the Dragon. An evil plot unfolds. Oh boy, here we go. We got Super Karen here. Super Karen Sorceress. Hey! Lone Wolfie, give me a minute to read your message, but thank you. Thank you so much. I read your kind message, but I'll read it out loud after the trailer or after the cinematic. Thank you.
We managed to capture the eggs, Your Highness. Every last one.
Excellent. Maybe you will amount to something after all. Now go guard the tunnels. Stop anyone from coming through.
Did not like that. That was not a good animation beat. The Bianca reacting. Ugh. Ugh. Where are the eggs?
Where are the eggs?
The holes came out on the other side of the dragon world. We found some of the eggs, but they were too heavy to carry
Thank you so
back.
much, Charles. Give me
The other
1
side of
second.
the world? The Forgotten Realms. Spyro, you'll have to go. Nobody else can fit down the holes.
Yeah, come on, let's go!
Find the eggs and bring them back, Spyro. You're our only chance.
You got it.
Okay, thank you so much, Lone Wolfie, for the $5 Streamlabs donation. Hi, CG. Me and my little one, love watching your streams. We're in the UK, so we usually miss them, but we love spending time watching them when they're up on YouTube. I hope you enjoy your time at PAX. Stay awesome. Thank you. I'm so happy to hear. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. And Charles, you donate $1. Terrible dad joke time. What do you call macaroni doused in chilies? Pepperoni. That's terrible. That's awful. Pepperoni. Oh, I love it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. It's so terrible. I love it. Give me a second here, guys. I want to show you guys something real quick. I want to see if I can quickly dig it up. So I made a quick edit years ago, back when Reignited just came out, and I wonder if I still have it somewhere. No. Actually, here it is. Here, hold on. Okay, so I think this was my version. I believe this was my version of like that weird animation beat.
We managed to capture the eggs, Your Highness. Every last one.
Excellent. Maybe you will amount to something after all.
Something like this.
Now go guard the tunnels. Stop anyone from coming through.
So like, it was something. Yeah, I even now, what I wanted was her. The idea was I wanted her the shot to cut back.
Something.
Like the shot to cut back to her, and then she as she finishes her sentence, and then she reacted.
After all.
And then that weird pause is removed.
Stop anyone from
It's not fixed, but that was a quick edit I made. Literally, like, I can actually tell you. Properties was created November 5th, 2018. Yeah. Yeah, right there. November 8th. November 5th, 2018. So that was when that was created. So way back when. That was the one thing that like bothered me, was that like that's the idea was that weird awkward like just pause. I didn't like that. I didn't like the pause, right? I wanted it, the idea was I wanted it to, when she says maybe you'll amount to something after all, when it cuts back to her standing there like looking like happy, and then like kind of maybe like slinking back kind of sad, like oh, and then cuts back to her saying now go guard the tunnels, right? You know, it needs, even that needed improvement, because I still wasn't happy 100% happy with it, but like that animation, that part bothered me. as like an animation editor too, it did bother me. Like if I have notes. I have notes. As an animation QA editor, I have notes. And it's like, oh yeah, do you have any notes for Spyro 1? And I'm like no. I have like 0 notes for Spyro 1. There's like a few spots. Spyro 1's 10 out of 10 for me. Spyro 2, I have some notes about it. Spyro 3, ugh. Especially the second half.
You're the one in charge of rescuing the eggs, huh? How sad. Look here, Dragon. If you know what's good for you, you'll turn around and crawl back into that hole you came through. Those eggs belong to us now, and I've hidden them in places you'll never find in 1,000 years. Besides, even if you could find any eggs, our expertly trained armies would hunt you down and take them back. Do I make myself clear? If I find you here again, I am going to be very angry, and you won't like me when I'm angry.
So ultimately, a lot of love went into these games, right? Spyro Reignited. A lot of love went into these games, right? And Toys for Bob absolutely adored and loved working on this project, and you can just see it. You don't even need to go and ask them, did you enjoy working on Spyro? You can just literally see the love that went into these projects, right? But I think the big thing that happened in general was that the scheduling was a little goofy because I think that they invested so much time into Spyro 1 that they realized, okay, we need more time to be able to like slow down on Spyro 1 and then work on Spyro 2. And then I got a feeling that's when Sanzaru got on board. I got a feeling, like, in my eyes, I think what happened was that Sanzaru wasn't on board at first. It was just that they invested so much time into Spyro 1 that Toys for Bob basically threw a flag to the producer saying, hey, if we want this done on time, we need more help and we need an entire new studio. And then they probably looked to see who would do it, and then Sanzaru was like, yeah, sure, we could do it. And then when Spyro 2, the meat of, like, see, like, little stuff like this, right? Like, little stuff like that's really annoying. You know, like, that's little stuff, but, like, this game has a lot of that little stuff, right? So then Sanzaru threw their hands up and like, yeah, sure, we'll work on Spyro 3 and do the legwork there. And it's not saying that, you know, Toys for Bob didn't touch Spyro 3. Of course, you know, they directed it, and I'm sure they polished it and fixed it and sent assets over. But Sanzaru kind of really... I think the big thing for Sanzaru was that it was bigger than they expected. It was definitely, like, the ultimate thing is that they invested so much love into Spyro 1, and you could see it. You could clearly see it. They put so much love into it. And it's not that they don't love Spyro 2 and 3, but I think Spyro 1 allowed them a much better art direction and a lot more cohesiveness to it, right? And allowed them a lot more art potential, right? With the dragons, with the worlds that they had. I mean, a lot of the worlds that are in Spyro 1 are absolutely just outworldly, right? Like, Dreamweavers is literally like, hey, you know, a slightly nightmarish paradise that revolves around dreams, right? Where there's things that look like absolute majestic bliss and things that look like come right out of your nightmares, right? And allowed Toys for Bob a very, very, very large creative, like, threshold. Meanwhile, Spyro 2 and Spyro 3, along with that, they don't have quite as many surreal areas,
Spyro,
if you get what I mean.
How funny to see you here. Why, I haven't seen you since we defeated... I'm getting paid a...
Yeah, getting paid a fortune. See, we go, no thanks.
Don't
Dark
worry,
Passage?
Spyro.
Absolutely.
Sheila won't stay in jail forever. Sorceress is thinking about having her executed next Thursday.
I'll be in PAX at that time. But yeah, no, that's something that is very very apparent, is that the creative threshold for Spyro was heavily invested in 1. And then 2 came along, and it definitely still had a high creative threshold, but I don't think it had as much of a creative threshold, because also too, Spyro 1 on the PS1, the Norks were blobs. That was it. And some of these bad guys that we faced in 1 were just blobs, and they needed so much fleshing out, because it's like, what is this? Like, what is this blob with a gun? What is this blob with a sack on his back, right?
I found this egg.
It's like, man, there's so much that needs to be filled in, and Toys for Bob filled it in. Meanwhile, Spyro 2 and Spyro 3, more details started to get filled in, and it wasn't as up to interpretation as Spyro 1 was, right? And Spyro 1 being up to interpretation allowed Toys for Bob to be able to interpret the bosses as the way they wanted to. Did Vicarious Vision do the same with Crash Trilogy as well? Because it felt like Crash 1 was such an upgrade. I do think that Crash 1 Insane was such an upgrade, but I think it's because Crash 1 originally was a rickety mess. Like, the original Crash 1 was a rickety mess and needed the most polishing, as is with, you know, as was with Spyro. But with Crash Insane, I felt Crash Insane was a lot more consistent. So it was like Crash 1 Insane was awesome, Crash 2 Insane was good, and Crash 3 Insane was good. And the level of quality stayed fairly consistent across all 3 games, right? But Crash PS1 is jank. Yeah, you're right, Alexander. That's exactly right. It's janky. Like, it's really janky. So it was like, it's janky, right? And it's one of those games that you see through rose-tinted glasses, where it's like, hey, it's like really good, and then if you were to play the original Crash 1, you're like, oh, there's a lot of jank to it.
Fortune to keep Sheila the kangaroo.
Sure.
Spyro, I love your
I nearly threw my controller from Crash 2 Insane. I did too.
Nature might be your downfall someday, but for the time being, it's making me rich.
What's going on here? There we go.
I hope you appreciate this favor I'm doing in letting you out.
That's good of you, mate. No hard
Excuse me.
feelings, eh?
Right.
25 minutes.
I'm just doing my job.
Yeah.
If I ever meet you, CG, remind me to give you the PAL version of the original Crash games. There was a lot more wrong on our end. Really?
Never thought I'd
No, not yet, Hot Shot. Another 25
Dragons
minutes.
used to rule this entire world, you know? Then
I started at 1:30.
Dragons used to live here?
Didn't you know? They say it was over 1,000 years ago, I think.
And they just left?
Yeah, and the weird thing is, after they left, all the magic in the world just sort of went with them. I mean, they say this world used to have magic coming out of the wazoo. Flying ships, singing forests, wishing stones, you name it. But when the dragons left, it all just dried up.
Is that why some of the portals don't work?
Yeah, they're starting to fade out too, one by one. Well, I gotta get back home and do some damage control. Come visit anytime you like.
One second. There we go. We got back from seeing Fantastic Beasts 3. Yikes. Okay, no spoilers, because I know that a lot of people would want to go see that. But that's kind of been my opinion on Fantastic. To be honest, I only saw the first Fantastic Beasts, and I never finished it because I got bored? I don't know.
Thanks again, Spyro. Now I have to find out what that nasty sorceress has done to my home while I was locked up.
Hiya, Sheila. While you were gone, a bunch of Rhinox kicked us out of our houses. It's okay, though. Bobby, Pete, and I are working on a clever plan to take them back.
All right, Billy. Yeah, Crash 1 Insane was a lot of fun. But again, most open to interpretation. However, the reason why was because Crash 1 PS1 was janky. I don't know. I heard the second one was really good. That's what I heard. I heard the second one was like really good. Which meant minigames launch in PAL regions had essentially story. You see.
Home at last. Here, I was saving this to make an omelet, but I think you deserve it more.
So, here's the thing that I observed. Now, obviously, what I'm about to say, what I'm about to ask doesn't prove anything, okay? What I'm about to ask proves zero because obviously I'm streaming Spyro and so more Spyro fans are going to be here over Crash fans. But I am going to ask a question in general to viewers who are both Crash and Spyro fans, okay? I'm going to ask you guys something. But I'm not going to ask the North Americans. I'm going to ask anyone who's in the UK right now. If you are in the UK, living in the UK, okay? Which one is more popular to you? Crash or Spyro? And hang on a second. I'm going to write down my answer, what I think it is. Okay? In the UK, what is more popular? Crash or Spyro? And which one's your favorite? You could be like, oh, I'm a Crash fan, but I find Spyro is more popular here, or whatever. I'm going to write down what I think it is. Okay? So, if you are a Crash and Spyro fan, and you live in the UK, one, which one do you like more? And two, which one do you think in your area likes more? Like, how many people do you see wearing Spyro merch, or talk about Spyro more than Crash, or et cetera, et cetera? And which one do you think? I wrote down what I think it is. Okay. Okay, so Miss Autumn says Crash is more popular in the UK. Okay, so far the general consensus is I'm a Spyro fan, but Crash is more popular. Okay, interesting. Hey, Recon Sons, how's it going? See more Crash merch than Spyro. Okay, so my answer was Spyro. And here's why. Let me quickly go look something up real fast. But I think... Hold on. Give me a second here. Like Primark of all places does Crash Bandicoot shirts. Okay. Canada is really bad for like these, at least where I live in Canada, is really bad for this stuff, where they don't have this themed shirts. It's all just like meh. Okay. Oh no. They used to have more information. Let me see if maybe the... So, like, VG Charts is really good for old stuff, not for new stuff, because it doesn't account for digital sales. It only accounts for physical. So, checking for, like, PS1 stuff and, like, even PS2 stuff is really good. But then beyond that, so it says here the shipping total for Spyro 1 was 4.8 million, but I'm trying to remember. There was a breakdown. They used to have a breakdown of, like, oh, here it is. Okay. So we're gonna do this, and I'm gonna go. VG Charts is really, really, really slow for some reason. I don't know why recently. Like, every time I go to access anything... Here, we're going to keep playing. I got the one statistic up. I got to wait for the other statistic to come up, so give me a second. But for some reason, it is so slow. I don't know why.
Sheila, let's play a joke. Take this egg and smash it on Billy's house, okay? I need to get him back for the last time he butted me off the cliff.
Go. Okay. All right, we're waiting for the next stat. Come on, finish loading. Okay. So actually this almost... Actually, it is the other way around. Where is my head going? Okay. This is interesting. So take a look at this. Let me show you guys something really cool here. Okay? Let me show you guys something really, really cool. Something that I'm a little bit shocked about. Here were the sales of Crash Bandicoot PS1. Almost 7 million in total, right? Almost 7 million, okay? 3.23 million in North America and 2.35 million in Europe and almost 1 million in Japan. Okay? And then 0.3 million for others. Take a look at Spyro. Spyro actually sold, according to this, more than Crash did. More sales in North America. But then almost half in Europe and almost non-existent in Japan, because Japan was awful when it came to that. Japan was awful when it came to the ports of Spyro and the stuff like that. So actually, in North America, I'm actually thoroughly shocked. Spyro PS1 sold better than Crash Bandicoot by about 103,000. 103,000 more shipped. Interesting. But was a flop in but was an absolute flop. So I must have gotten my stats mixed up, but I never compared that breakdown before. Really? Spyro sold more on PS1 in North America than Crash did? I'm heckin' bamboozled by that. That's insane to think. That's insane to think, actually. So, I gotta take a look at those stats again, because actually I have a video that's planned that is a spicy video. And that just kind of shook me to my core a little bit. Really? Spyro sold more in North America than Crash did? By 130,000 units? That's like actually incredible. Hi, buddy. What am I playing? Playing Spyro right now, buddy. I'm working, okay? Oh, my dinner's done. Can you tell Mama I'll be down in 10 minutes? Okay, I love you. Okay. What a cutie. Hey! Thank you so much, Charlesy, for the $1 Streamlabs donation. Thank you. I recently played CB1 on the NTSCU version. There's barely any difference from the PAL version whatsoever. The only difference I found was that boulders in Boulder Dash is much harder because they roll slightly faster. Yeah, it would make sense due to the technical limitations, which is kind of weird to have any form of like technical limitations in like between consoles and stuff. It's kind of weird. Who's stomping up the stairs? Thank you, honey, for... Okay, thank you. I love you. Can you tell Mama I'll be down in 10 minutes? Thank you for telling me dinner's done, okay, honey? Dinner's done? Okay, I'll be down in 10 minutes, okay, love? I love you. That was adorable. Hope also had to tell me that dinner was done because she felt left out. Oh, really? The Streamlabs notification blew your ears off? Sorry. Also, I'm thinking about commissioning somebody to create new animated GIFs for the donations because, like, while, you know, I've had, like, the Crash and Spyro GIFs, I think it's about time that we made our own CGE GIFs, I think. What do you guys think?
Thanks for the help, Sheila. Ooh, you can have
I'd have to commission someone for it, but... I have a mutual amount of likeness in the US. For me, I enjoy Spyro a lot more than Crash, although if I'm in the mood for playing some Crash, I would play the Insane Trilogy. I still need to finish 3. Yeah, I was... I am genuinely shocked, actually. I have to go back and actually read those stats, because, like... those stats are awesome. Those stats are really intriguing, but it also poses a question. It poses a question, a very large question of, and that question is that if the original Spyro sold better than Crash Bandicoot in North America, which is the location where, like, which is the location of where the games are developed, why is it perceived that Crash is more popular than Spyro, even to the creators? Do you get what I mean? Like, obviously, you know, Activision perceives Crash Bandicoot as making more money because look at how many projects they've put Crash Bandicoot on, right? And yet, the original Spyro sold more in North America, which is where Activision is located. Very, very curious. Okay, I'm going to actually start Q&R early because I need to eat dinner before I go over and finish pow pow. So give me a second. I'm going to go grab dinner. I'm going to bring it up here, and we're going to start Q&R. We'll do Q&R a little bit longer than usual. So hang on, because there's not enough time to really finish a level. Okay. Okay, we are back. Okie dokie. Let me switch it over. We are now officially in Q&R. Give me a second here. And there we go. All right. So, I am back with a creamy potato soup with freshly baked dinner buns. Let me set the timer. And if you guys got any questions, any at all, any burning questions that you need answered, please ask them away. Hey! Dagger donated $5 to Super Chat. Thank you so much. A little something something. I got PAX on my mind. I'm so sorry. I'm just freaking pumped, yo! Oh, I get you. I get you, man. I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. It is a 7.5-hour drive for me, but it is going to be a lot of fun. Me and Tyler are going to have a blast coming down, me and my buddy Ty. So if you guys got any questions, please fire them away. I got soup in my mustache. The disadvantages of having a mustache, you get food in it, and it sucks. You have to clean it after almost every meal. Kind of blows. Soup stash. Is your theme music custom music? If so, how'd you create it? So I didn't. Yes, it is custom. No, I didn't create it. A friend of mine, who's been one of my biggest YouTube supporters since before I was even 1,000 subs, named Mecca. He made an intro just on the spur of the moment that was based off of the Canadian National Anthem. If you know the Canadian National Anthem, the opening lines is a sped up version of "O Canada, Our Home and Native Land." Dun, 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 right? And so that's what it was. And it came up with this idea of this song that's like inspired by, that is thematically just a paced up version of "O Canada." And it worked great. So you're leaving Wednesday? Yes, I'm going to be leaving Wednesday. We're leaving Wednesday morning, probably 6 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., picking up my buddy, loading the car, and hitting the road, and going for a 7.5-hour drive. Would you rather go to Disney World for free or Universal Studios for free? I've been to Disney before. I've never been to Universal, so I'd have to say Universal, but I do love Disney. But just only based on the fact that I've never been to Universal. After PAX, when you plan to return on streaming? So, I can tell you, I plan on returning streaming May 5th. That's the targeted date, is May 5th. Yeah. May 5th is the targeted date. Yeah, that's what I think that we're going to do. I think that's what we're going to do is do that. I think that's the expected date to come back. And then we go from there in terms of content, because like it's going to be just a little shaky to get back, and then once we get back, we're good. Ooh, that is hot. Any other questions? Do you think the Ratchet & Clank 2016 game sold well due to nostalgia? I think it sold pretty good. I think it did pretty good. Especially since it was marketed heavily, even leading up to Rift Apart. Would like to know your take. Doesn't the introduction of the PlayStation as a whole new console back then affect the amount of sales of games that came early, like Crash, and why it's lower? Yes, but also no. There's two different ways to look at it. So, hey, Shadow Tree donated $5. You should make 3D printed CG coin for people who recognize you at PAX East. I would love to be able to do that. I don't have the time. Right when I got that 3D printed coin, life went crazy. I mean crazy. I mean crazy. I mean as in, like, it's reached my wit's end crazy. Everything in terms of work, mental health, family stability, out the door. So, as soon as I finished printing Pow Pow, I haven't 3D printed anything since because I haven't had the motivation to. So, when we get back, it's going to be a lot of... Next time, I think that would be something that we would do in 2023. Would be, hey, 3D print a bunch of coins, a bunch of stuff, and hey, here's a keychain or whatever. I think that'd be super cool. My birthday is May 2nd. Okay, Emerald Queen. I'm trying to answer everyone's questions as much as possible. But yeah, no, I do think, as I said, I do think the Ratchet and Clank movie sold well due to nostalgia, or the game sold well. Overall, I think it was really good. Right at this dream, your question brings trade-offs. So, availability is something that's very, very, very interesting. Let me explain something. Games that come out in the opening window of a console's generation is typically going to sell better than games that come out later, and here's why. The reason why is because when people buy consoles day one, there's not a lot of games to actually be purchasable. So the best case study I'm going to give you guys, the absolute mint of a case study to do that, is the Switch. Nintendo Switch launched with like 2 games. 2. Breath of the Wild and 1-2 Switch. Can you guess which one is in the top 10? Can you guess which one's in the top 5? And then 1 month later, after the release of the Switch, Mario Kart came out. Can you guess what's the number 1 sold game on Nintendo Switch? It's not Super Mario Odyssey. It's Mario Kart. Came out 1 month after the Switch was released. 1 month. Breath of the Wild is in the top 3 most sold games for the Nintendo Switch. Zelda sold fantastic. Now, Zelda is a family name. It's a name that's really popular. But it doesn't matter. Zelda typically doesn't sell those kind of numbers. The numbers that it sells are really high, not that high. The same thing happened with Twilight Princess. Came out when Switch was announced, or when the Wii came out, high sales. But everything that... So here's the thing. Here's what happens. People buy a Switch, and the library is limited. So what do? They buy a game that they might not typically buy. Because hey, you know what? Why not? Let's try Zelda. I like, Zelda's cool. I like Zelda. Let's go pick up Zelda. When on a normal day, if they had access to a much bigger library, they wouldn't pick up Zelda. But because there's a limited library, they picked up Zelda. Crash Bandicoot lands in that area of, hey, there's not a lot of games available. And then they marketed Crash heavily due to the fact that it was also pretty popular in Japan. So, that was a big thing. That was a big thing. So, if anything, Spyro has a more disadvantage in North America because there are more games. While there are more audiences, while there's more people owning a PS1 than when Crash Bandicoot came out, there's also a more saturated market. So it's a trade-off. It's a trade-off. It's a trade. It's absolutely a trade-off between more people available to buy the game, but more saturated market, right? So more customers, more competition though, right? So the advantages level out. So while Crash came out during a time where less people have consoles, it also came out with a limited library at the time, so that more people that had those consoles were more likely going to buy the game. Also, because it was enjoyed, when someone else were to go to pick up a console and they're like, hey, what game should I get? Everyone that recommended, hey, Crash Bandicoot. Crash Bandicoot was great. So now you have a good game released day one, and then all the people that previously owned the console tell everybody else through word of mouth, hey, go pick up Crash Bandicoot. Because you have to think, the internet was in its infancy at that time and wasn't that large in terms of an influence. It was all TV shows, word of mouth magazines, and your local game guys at the store, right? So back then, or whenever you went, or it was you went over to your friend's house and they had a PlayStation 1 and they were one of the first people to get it and they had Crash Bandicoot. And you tried it and you enjoyed it, right? So a good game releasing early in the console generation is the key to having a franchise that just takes off and does really well. So Spyro selling as well as Crash is very interesting in North America. But also, I gotta go and take a look in terms of the follow-up games and go from there. Are you or are you not looking forward to Spyro 4? I will explode if Spyro 4 gets announced at PAX. I am so looking forward to it. Do I think it's going to be announced at PAX? No. It's not lining up. Something's not quite lining up right. It's not right. Obviously, why is TFB doing the egg tweets? Easter or Spyro 4? Kind of odd that TFB is badgering the egg thing and putting Spyro in them. I do agree. I do agree that there is something suspicious, but I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. Because here's the thing. If Spyro were to tweet around this time, everyone is going to say Spyro's coming back. Even because it's been the Twitter channel's been dormant for a while. It's Toys for Bob that's tweeting it. There's a lot of thoughts. There's a lot of thinking to go into that. There's a lot of thinking. There's a lot of thoughts. There's a lot of And it might just be Easter. CG, me and Star are genuinely curious. What is the one thing you like about each of your mods? One thing that I like about each of my mods. Well, across the board, all of you are absolutely amazing. All of you are absolutely amazing, kind, and perfect representatives of the channel. So across the board, before we get to even individually any of you, right across the board, you guys are amazing. You guys help with the channel beyond anyone could ever hope for. And I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. But first off, Caroline is absolutely hilarious. I think Caroline is hysterical. Okay. And I also think she's compassionate and awesome. Star 15 is an absolute sweetheart. Absolute sweetheart. One of the kindest souls that I know. Very genuine. Love Star 15. Okay. Lozzy's jokes are to die for, and absolutely love the dry humor that comes out. It is fantastic and just adds the perfect zip to the streams. Absolutely love all the content, all the jokey content you come up with. Newt is awesome. Newt is consistent. Newt is amazing and does a fantastic job with moderating. Newt is honestly, honest to goodness, a fantastic moderator who just calls it straight. Awesome supporter. Absolutely love the work. Shooter, fantastic moderator, fantastic editor, also very, very, very hilarious. And of course, there's Katie, who is kind of the head mod and Mystic as well. Katie is a personal friend of mine where we talk almost every day. Katie has helped behind the scenes in ways that some of you don't know. Katie is kind of like the secretary. Absolutely adore Katie. She's awesome. Mystic is an absolute sweetheart. Kind, though quiet, kind, generous, and amazing. Now, I have a memory of a goldfish. I just got to make sure that there is... I believe I hit all the stream mods. I believe. I'm trying to think. I think that's all. I think those are all the mods, I believe. And of course, we have a few Discord mods too, like 1H, Shiro, my buddy Tyler. They all do great jobs, but they mostly stay to the Discord. Vivian Knights donated $5 through Super Chat. Thank you so much. It's been a while since I stopped by. Hey, quick question. Have you modded any games before? Also, I hope you have a great time at PAX East. Thank you. I appreciate that. Have I modded a game? Now you mention it, yes, I have. Now you mention it, yes, I have. I used to mod Warcraft 3. I had a fun time doing that. It was a lot of fun. In the early days of modding where it was a lot easier, I did do some mods over on Warcraft 3, and it was a bunch of fun. I wish I could get back to doing stuff like that again. I would love to be able to mod Crash 4, but I wouldn't even know where to begin. I wouldn't even know where to start, where to begin, where to end. Or how to do it. So, I would, I love that kind of stuff because I do think mods are a good way to be able to get concepts across and ideas. Like what I would love to be able to do is that, how sometimes I like to introduce ideas for games and stuff, and I will literally sit there and have this idea for the game, a mechanic, and there's a way to be able to express it, but then there's a way to actually show it, right? And to actually show it is something that I love to do in my videos. So that's why I literally will commission people for certain art and certain ideas that I have, so that I can make it as clear as possible across the board to people as to what it is that the idea I'm trying to get across. So doing that through modding, I think would be a really, really interesting idea to be able to do that. I think that would be a really, really nice way to be able to learn to do that, so that when I go to express my ideas, I can literally just show it instead of just explaining it in a pitch. Like, here, this is literally what I think should happen. Boom, 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 boom. Here it is. And I think that'd be cool. But as I said, I don't even know where to begin for that. I have no Unreal experience. I have no game dev experience. I have none of that. But I would like to. That would be something cool, but I don't have enough time. I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to get going. Because there is a problem. There is a problem. When someone says, hey, you can do it if you set your mind to it. You're right, I could. You are so right. If I put my mind to it, I could learn to mod. Absolutely. I could. The problem is do I have the time? And that is where things become problematic. Time. Let me explain what that means. The problem is that is the payoff of me learning how to mod Crash Bandicoot 4 worth it for the amount of time that I'm going to be investing away from the channel to learning how to mod? Because what if I spend 6 months, let's say, 6 months of hard, really, really working on that. Okay? In 6 months, let's say, where all my free time is dedicated to learning Unreal. Then I go to use it in a video. Is that 6 months going to pay off? Is it going to increase engagement? Is it going to increase subscribers? And is it significant enough to have people stick around longer? Right? And that's a problem. That's an issue. That is an issue. Is that 6 months of grinding worth to have that skill compared to what it will give me? Right? And while I would like to have it, is it worth my time? And the answer is, I don't know. And those are probably one of the biggest, hardest questions that keep me up at night, are the stuff like, is it worth it to learn right now? Do I have the time to do it? Because I don't want to waste my time. I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to waste anybody's time. And I don't want to invest my time into something that's not going to pay off much for the channel. If it's not making you like the channel more or enticing others to join the channel, why bother? Right? Because the thing is I'm executing about 90% of what I want in videos. Would I like to be able to visually show things? Absolutely. But is that 10% worth shoving and grinding for? Because here's the thing, is that could there be another skill that I invest into that helps with my channel better than learning how to mod? Are there other skills that I could learn that would benefit me more? That's a genuine question. And the answer is I don't know. I don't know. And it is something that keeps me up at night. And there are things that I want to do, and there are things that I would like to achieve that I just can't right now. I can't. And I do think 2020 and 2021 really, really hampered me down on this, but I'm at an awkward phase in my YouTube career. So what I mean by an awkward phase is that, and I'm just going to be real with you guys, just 100% real. I'm at a point where I'm making enough to supply for me and my family, right? But I'm not making enough to be able to get a team. But I'm at the point where I need a team. Do you see the problem? And when I mean a team, like a team that's like editing and writing with me as well. I'm at the point where I need a team, but I don't have the funding for a team. But we almost are. We're almost there. We're almost at the point where we can have funding for a production team. But we're not there yet. We're not there yet. And for me to be able to go beyond with the content that I'm making, for me to push it further, to push it beyond to where I want it, I need help. But I can't get there, so I'm kind of grinding to get to that point and then be able to hire and then be able to... I can almost promise you, as soon as we get to the point where we can hire, grind. It's going to be a grind. Then we hit that point, it's going... You're going to start seeing content come out almost every day, high quality, higher quality than what I have now. Bigger, better ideas, all these things. But I've landed in an awkward grind spot. I've landed in an awkward, just right there. I'm right there. It's just an awkward spot. And that's fine. YouTube channels go through hills and valleys, right? And then once we hit that checkpoint, then it's like, okay, we're good, go, right? But we're at the awkward point. We're at an awkward point right now, and that's okay. That's okay. It's something that I have to work out, and something I have to learn to contend with, right? Some channels have to grind their way for years to that point, right? And luckily for me, I was right about Spyro, right about CTR, and right about Crash 4. So generally, my ride has been pretty smooth overall. Rocky at the start, and then it's been pretty smooth sailing. And then Crash 4, but then after Crash 4, everyone can see, slowing down a bit. It is what it is. Hills and valleys, right? We had Wumpa League set up. I don't know what's going on with that. Ups and downs happen, and that's fine. We're going to get to a point, though, where we will take off. And I mean, go. I have the ideas. I have the resources. I don't have the time. So that means if I don't have the time, I need more manpower to make the time. So that's where we're at right now. But I promise you, we'll get there. We'll get there. Even if I, worry about it and what keeps me up at night myself, we'll get there. We'll get there. And I'm excited to get there. So everybody, thank you so much for watching today. I really, really, really appreciate your love and support. This is going to be the last that you see me for 2 weeks, 3 weeks maybe. I'll be back on May 2nd. So I'm going to say 2.5 weeks. You'll see vlogs, but in terms of videos that are my typical videos, you're not going to see anything. You're not going to see streams. We will be back on May. We're aiming for May 5th. That's what we're aiming for. We'll be in the new office. I'm going to miss you guys. I'm going to miss all of you because I love you all. See you at PAX Dagger. If you guys are at PAX, flag me down. I'm going to be trying to wear stuff that stands out. I'm going to be wearing Crash Bandicoot or Spyro or Canadian Guy A merch. And also I'll do like maybe I'll do something like an hour meetup where I'll do that like each day I will like maybe hang out for one area for an hour and let everyone know, hey, I'm here for an hour. If you're by, come by, say hi. And then after the hour is up, go and walk around some more. So thank you so much for watching, everybody. I can't wait to get back here to see you guys, to see all of you. You are all amazing people. I love you all. I'll miss you. I love you. And I'll see you guys in the next video and or live stream. Time for the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bye.